Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on. We all reppin' for Boston, man.
Yeah.
Now, Eddie O'Brien's alleged crime was so brutal that it prompted a change in Massachusetts law to require that all juveniles charged with first or second degree murder be tried as adults.
Yeah.
Can we hear from Artie, if it's appropriate, can we hear from him? I know it's over.
A terrible injustice has been done by even bringing a man who was totally innocent into this case and injecting his name into this case. That's wrong. That's fundamentally wrong and extremely unfair to him. There's absolutely no indication, no item of evidence, anything that would point in that direction. So
Number 12 right here. That's not present in either Janet Downing nor Edward O'Brien, is it?
That's right.
What does that mean?
Well, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Well, it came from somewhere else, didn't it?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
That number 12 came from another person's blood, didn't it?
It may have come from another person's blood. That's correct.
Political career was on the line, and that's all he cared about. And I don't know how that man sleeps at night. I'll tell you.
Her son was in the house when she went down the stairs. You heard the testimony of the neighbor that heard her go down the stairs at 8:15. Artie Ortez's cab had to be towed from Hamlet Street, where the blood drops were going down the hill. The judge would not allow that to get out in court.
Who are you saying did it?
Artie Ortiz. And if anybody can't see that, they're blind.
Okay.
Spent the last 10 hours with her testimony?
10 hours of her life was spent on the porch with Gina
Our son,
Mahoney.
15 years old. I mean, give me a break. He did this in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. He killed her. He dressed her, redressed her, cut her throat. Give me a break. This is a joke. Mr. Riley should be ashamed of himself.
9 hours telling me.
These cops lied on the stand, and it was proven they lied on the stand. Okay, you had Stanford, you had Stanford, and you had that Firmino in there lying to death. But Mr. Pino gets on the stand and says they were lying. But what does that mean? Two police officers get up there and lie on the stand. They gave a black eye to every good policeman in this state, and they should be ashamed of themselves to put a 15-year-old kid away for life. But it's not over. We got the appeal, and I'm telling you right now, I will die before my son spends any more time in jail than he has to after this.
The evil little man of Mr. Riley get on that stand and rip my son apart?
Patricia,
no.
Beyond the question of whether Eddie should testify, I just want, it's been more than 2 years, your reaction.
Artie Ortez murdered Janet Downing.
Woo-wee. I go by the name of J.F.K. I go by the name of J.F.K.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
And if you didn't know, about to take you up to 39,000 feet. But before you do, this is a message from the flight deck. Take your carry-on, put it up in the overhead compartment. If you have a backpack, slide it underneath your seat. Make sure it's real tight. But before you do that, grab your nips, your vapes, your Reese's peanut butter cups, whatever your vice might be. Put your trays up because we're going up to 39,000 feet. Oh, by the way, turbulence in the chat keeps the plane rocking. Populate them goals. Let's keep the conversation moving. And let's go, people. We're number 3 on the runway.
Let's go.
Adi Ortiz, huh? Right off the bat, she came in hot. And, you know, Adi said some stuff like this.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten.
Yep.
That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
Don't
I
have to
went in
establish a
about
motive, but in a
4 or
case
5
like this, I
hours
think it
after to
certainly
get
helps.
the
I
kitty
think
litter
it's
box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
A very slight delay
I went in
because
about
Eddie O'Brien's family.
4 or 5
they-
hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen,
either. I mean, that's
to
that
this
was a
day,
big area
I
of
don't wish
inquiry
anyone-
when the medical examiner testified. No cats in the house. That was the testimony at trial.
And her family never said they had
Debris from your pocket wasn't getting onto the
Big area of inquiry.
Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified. No cats in the house. That was the testimony at trial.
And her family never said they had a cat.
TV, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified. No cats in the house. That was the testimony at trial.
And her family.
TV, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified. No cats in the house. That was the testimony at trial.
And her family never said they had a cat.
No. As I said, first time in 30 years I heard that was from Artie.
Wow. Wow. You know? First time in 30 years that I've ever heard that.
I went in about
Can't make this shit up, people.
4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see.
You can't hear that?
No.
You gotta come out.
What I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went in about.
He didn't have a cat either. I mean,
4 or 5 hours
that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified. No cats in the house. That was the testimony at trial.
And her family never said they had a cat.
No. As I said, first time in 30 years I heard that was from Artie the other night.
To get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went.
You heard that?
Yeah, I heard that clip.
Played it about 50 times. So, Margot Nash, if you guys are not familiar with who she is, she was with Eddie from day one over the last 30 years. We got Big Ed up in the chat. Thank you so much. Your love, compassion, and boundless. You know, we heard from O'Reilly. Too. And Riley said back in 1997 that there was nothing that points to Adi Ortiz.
Yeah.
Now,
absolutely no indication, no item of evidence, anything that would point in that direction. So
number 12 right here.
Into this case and injecting a terrible injustice has been done by even bringing a man who was totally innocent into this case and injecting his name into this case. That's wrong.
That's wrong. That's wrong. Well, 30 years later, Mr. O'Reilly, you're 82 years old now. Adi told us this 30 years later. You know the lady Janet Downing you were fighting for? The one who was found on the dining room floor with hand in her palm and cat hair on her? The same woman who said that someone took cat litter. What did they say? Um,
Yeah, they said cat feces or cat litter, cat shit, and hung it in her basement off one of the rafters or one of the pipes.
did you know 30 years later, Mr. O'Reilly, you're 82 now, buddy. How you feeling? You look pretty old back then. God damn.
God damn.
You must look even more fucked up now. God bless you though. God bless you. But Mr. O'Reilly, Mr. O'Reilly, sexual obsession murder trial. Really? Did you know that when Gina Mahoney was trying to say and that she was on the porch all day with me? She told me about kitty litter and books and all these other things that this guy Adi was doing to me. And I'm scared. And if anything happens, she said three things, right, Kevy Kev?
Investigate, investigate, investigate.
So you know what we did?
We investigated.
Mr. O'Reilly. And 30 years later, this guy Artie corroborated that story and said that actually did happen, the kitty litter incident, because he was living there at the time. And he remembers that happening. So we asked him, damn, you were living there when that happened? He said, yeah, that happened. It really happened.
And he
So
said, "Hey, it wasn't in a bag. It was in cheesecloth."
What's that exactly?
It's like what you cook with, man. What you strain food with and shit. You make you boil. Say you're boiling you want to make a chicken soup from scratch. You know, throw that chicken that you just had for supper in the pan and you boil it off. Then you strain it with the cheesecloth.
Okay, I get it.
You know what I'm saying?
What up, Becky?
Make a good soup too, my man.
Well, he wasn't making soup. He was doing weird shit with kitty litter. But he said that really happened. 30 years later, Mr. O'Reilly, he said that really happened. So you investigated that. Did he tell you that back then that really happened? Because if that really happened, then Gina Mahoney could go on and tell you that there was a book stolen from her dresser that he pulled up to her work at Verizon. No, I don't think Gina worked at. She worked at Harvard Healthcare. Excuse me. He pulled up to her work at Harvard Healthcare and he gave her the book and said he found it in a parking lot. So if she was right about that,
yeah, she got surrounded by taxi cabs one day. There was mysterious clothes left here and there in the house.
So she corroborated that. He corroborated the story with the kitty litter. So why the book thing must have happened too, right? Like why would she make that up? So if that happened, right, Mr. O'Reilly, then the book thing must have happened too. Of course, Mr. Adi Ortiz is gonna say, nah, the book thing didn't happen. So she just made up the book thing. I mean, you would think the book thing was more believable than the kitty litter thing.
We asked him about the Windex too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and there was Windex. So he's seen all these weird things happening, but he didn't think nothing of it. So he didn't take it in his own hands. So when you was living at that house, Artie, and you seen these weird things happening, you didn't think nothing of it. Especially you're a weed dealer. You wasn't. People are moving shit around the house, man. You sure they're not going to find your weed stash, your pound of weed that you got down there, the one that you bag up? Wasn't you selling 3 joints for 10? You bet. What were you selling? Half pounds or pounds back then? What were you selling? How much you get a pound for, Artie? What? $7.50?
That cheap motherfucker. nickeling out a fucking ounce, brother.
Oh, you think he was nickeling out an ounce?
Yeah.
I think Adi was doing a little bit better than an ounce. Maybe a QP, a cucumber.
Maybe.
Sure, he wasn't slanging an elbow, a half pounder.
He might have.
Was you slanging the elbows? How much did you get an elbow back then for there, Big Kev?
Shit. You're probably looking at like, I don't know. You're probably looking at least 500.
Oh, so Riley. My bad. His name's Riley, not O'Reilly. My bad. So Riley, Mr. Riley. Sorry, I keep saying O'Reilly. You know why? I'm thinking about O'Reilly Auto Parts. My bad. I'm thinking about O'Reilly Auto Parts because I'm thinking about that piece of shit taxi that he was driving back then. You think they sold AC compressors back then in O'Reilly Auto Parts? Because he was in the AC too, right, Riley? Forgive me. We're 16 minutes in. We're about 5 minutes into the monologue. It's D.A. Riley, 82 years old, put a 15-year-old man away, and he said right here there was absolutely no evidence against Adi Ortiz.
Has been done by even bringing a man who was totally innocent into this case and injecting his name into this case. That's wrong. And that's fundamentally wrong and extremely unfair to him. There's absolutely no indication, no item of evidence, anything that would point.
There's no item of evidence. Would you believe it?
He sounds like somebody else we know with the Karen Reed trial. Coming out making statements, you know?
Yeah. Well, there was no items of evidence. So 30 years later, Mr. Riley, if you're watching, because you could be watching. So how you doing? I go by the name of J.F.K, by the way.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
And Kevy Kev is just in the middle of the city right now, putting out fires because he's part of the fire department. But yeah, at the end of the day, Mr. Riley, you said there was not any evidence, but 30 years later, he admitted that he was in the house during people moving things around and doing weird stuff to her. But he was selling weed. You know what a drug dealer is, Mr. Riley? Did you put any drug dealers away back in the day? Weed dealers. Let me tell you something. If funny shit was happening in that house, moving things around, he would be the first one to want to know who was doing that because he's got this.
Sure.
He's got the stash in the house. I mean, we heard it from Danny. He sold weed. And Danny said he was everywhere. Every time she was out there in Somerville, she would see 42 in the taxi. Because what better way to sell drugs is in the taxi, right? Because technically, you could do hand-to-hands in the taxi, right? Get in the cab. Come on, let's go around the block. No one's suspecting a taxi. A taxi can be in the Star Market parking lot. It could be in the Assembly Square Mall parking lot. It could be in the Dunkin' Donuts parking lot. The cops are not looking at the cab. It's a straight fence, man.
Yeah, you know his beeper was going off.
And he had the beeper.
He was making the moves.
But
you know,
we talking. So Riley, and do you also know that he said on this show, Mr. Riley, that he said that he was all over the place. He didn't sit in one taxi spot, one taxi stand. He was everywhere, all over the city.
He played the stands. He played all the stands. That's what he said.
That's what he said.
Played all the stands.
So he corroborated that story, right? Then 30 years later, he said on this show. Now Gina's checking out, Riley. She's checking out. Everything she's saying is checking out to be true, Mr. Riley. So investigate. So if the kitty lid is true, being hung up, which Adi said that's true, then investigate. The book, the windshield wiper fluid in the coffee. That got to be all true too, right? Oh, and by the way, he said 30 years later that he went in the house 4 hours later to get a cat. But in 30 years, no one ever knew anything about a fucking cat, a kitty. A money cat, a Mancoon. I don't know, a Siamese cat? What type of cats do you like? I don't know. I like donuts. Some people like cats. If you're a cat person, hey, whatever. You pet your cat, I eat donuts. Whatever your vice might be. But he wasn't talking about donuts. He was talking about a cat. I don't know if it was Siamese, a money cat. I don't know.
A
Was it a
kitten.
kitten? It was a kitten with a litter box. Oh, by the way, with a litter box. You know, they use litter boxes to cover up smells, right? Isn't that the whole point of a litter box, Riley? Maybe he was trying to cover up a smell. That weed shit gets powerful, especially if you had some good mids back then in 95. They had some good mids back then, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Get that shit from up in Maine and shit. Some good northern. Yeah, I mean, he was definitely hustling, man, and he would have been one of the first ones to say, "What do you mean you found something in the basement?"
There she is, Lisa McDonald. What up, girl? Peace to Lisa McDonald. Everybody throw your peace signs up for Lisa McDonald. She's working too.
She's
Peace
working
signs.
too.
Put your peace signs up for Lisa McDonald, please. Peace signs up for Lisa.
You know, and let's not forget the fact that she didn't get her key back when he moved out, or when she threw him the fuck out. And he used to stop by there, you know.
He
Gina
said he stopped by. He said he stopped. She would let him stop by there to go pee, right? To
But
take a piss.
Gina had said, "Hey, you know, I see Artie's car there during the day." And I think that took Janet by surprise as well.
So all these years later, Mr. Riley, you say there was no evidence, but there was cat hair. In 30 years, no one knew about any cat hair. And then our girl, the fabulous one, also
Light delay because
also
Eddie
elegant.
O'Brien's family, they are on their way.
Stabbing.
What did you
Either. I mean, Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified.
That was a big what? What did she say?
Eddie didn't have a cat either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry.
That was a big area of inquiry when who?
When the medical examiner testified.
When the what?
Medical examiner testified.
What's a medical examiner?
The medical examiner is the one that observes the body, you know, right away. I mean, they're present inside that house.
So an inquiry is another words for inquiring? Minds want to know type thing? Is that like really? So he wanted to know where these fucking cat hairs came from.
Yes, I mean he brought it up.
He brought it up in 1997.
In 1997.
And the fabulous elegant Margot Nash says
either. I mean, that was a big area of inquiry when the medical examiner testified. There were no cats in the house.
There was no cats in the house. Okay.
That was the testimony at trial.
And her family never said they had a cat.
No. As I said, first time in 30 years I heard that was from Artie the other night.
The what?
In the house. That was the testimony at trial.
And her family never said they had a cat.
No. As I said, first time in 30 years I heard that was from Artie the other night.
Well, she heard this.
In about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
Okay, so we heard that, and me and I mean, we believed it, right? I mean, we had no idea. We looked into the case. We heard she had cat hairs. Okay, she had a cat. She has some cat hairs. That's normal shit, right, Kev?
Yep. Yep.
But there was no cats. It was a big area of inquiry. So basically, inquiry minds wanted to know in this big area, this medical examiner, this guy who works for the medical examiner is not biased, right? He's on either side at that point. He's just telling you how it is, right?
Yes. Yes.
Wow. But see, then he talked about the cat that he went to get, the little kitty. And then but we found out there was something else going on in there, right? Like Lassie lived there. Like there was a dog there, right, Kev?
There was a fucking dog.
There was a what?
A fucking dog. I mean, this dude didn't understand the difference between a fucking cat and a fucking dog.
So we found out there was a dog, and then we started thinking, wait a minute. So there's a dog, and then he said he went in there 4 hours later. So we started digging some more, and you came up, you seen something that really sparked your interest, and you called me about 90 times because I was in the shower or something, and I said, Kevy, what's going on? Your house on fire? You said, J.F.K. I said, what? You said, I got to tell you this. I said, what? Shoot it out, man. What's the deal, buddy? And you told me about the CPAC unit. What'd you find out?
The CPAC unit, they didn't arrive till fucking 3:30 in the morning to take pictures.
So he said he went in 4 hours after. But the CPAC unit didn't get there, so there's no way they would have let him in the house. So that was a lie. He never even went in the house. And then Margot said there was no cats. So he never went in the house. There's no cats. And then there was a dog that he never mentioned, right?
That's right.
And then he said this. He drops this in the comment section. You want to read that?
Yeah. By Adi Ortiz, 5234. I said the cats because I wanted to see how you guys would run with it. And I see how you really are. I went in for the dog food. That's it. Yeah. Now you're going to say I'm lying, but whatever.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
So if he's lying about going in the house and he starts crying in the same breath, he doesn't wish anybody to see what he saw, that's some sadistic shit. And then we found out the kitty litter thing really happened, which that checked out. And then she talked about cabs surrounding her, talking about windshield wiper fluid inside her coffee or whatever. And then we found out about a book when she was at Harvard Healthcare. He pulls up in the taxi. Hey, I found your book on the street. And then he comes in and he says this 30 years later. All the while, this guy 30 years ago.
Direction. So
number 12 right here.
In that direction. Wrong and extremely unfair. A man who was totally innocent into this case and injecting his name into this case. That's wrong. A terrible injustice has been done by even bringing a man who was totally innocent into this case and injecting his name into this case.
That's what you thought, right? So when they were saying this right here, when Ma Dukes was saying this.
I'm telling you right now, I will die before my son spends any more time in jail than he has to after this.
Ma Dukes, talk to him.
The evil little man of Mr. Riley get.
God damn, Mr. Riley. The evil little man. She wasn't lying, though, huh? She said, you little man. I mean, she got some big boys. She's sitting next to Big Ed. He's a big dude. And then you got Little Ed, who's just a giant looking like the Big Show and shit. He's probably listening right now. Fucking choke slam you through a table. But what else you got to say, Trisha? Ma Dukes?
On that stand and rip my son apart?
Go ahead.
No.
Beyond the question of whether Eddie should testify, I just want, it's been more than 2 years, your reaction.
Adi Ortiz murdered Janet Downing.
What'd you say?
Get on that stand and rip my son apart?
Patricia,
No.
beyond the question of whether Eddie should testify, I just want, it's been more than 2 years, your reaction.
Adi Ortez murdered Janet Downing. Get on that stand and rip my son apart?
Patricia,
no.
Beyond the question of whether Eddie should testify, I just want, it's been more than 2 years, your reaction.
Adi Ortez murdered Janet Downing.
They were saying that on October 1st of 1997, Mr. Riley. Did you know Janet Downing had cat hair on her body? Did you ever wonder how it got there? The guy Adi said he went in to get the cat. Why would he say that, Mr. Riley? As a prosecutor, you're 82 years old now. Would you say that shit is fucked up? Maybe you would have found that out. Maybe you would have found that out if you would have investigated a little bit more, right?
And why do you think he's saying this about the cats?
Trying to get ahead of it.
He's trying to get ahead of it.
Because
he found out about this cat here back then. And he slid by.
Well, he slid by, but then he seen. See, keep in mind, this parole hearing, yeah, it went on the news October 2024. They talked about it, which is crazy. It was almost 30 years to the day that he got put away. It was 29 years to the day, basically, somewhat in October, right, in 2024. And the point I'm trying to make is that when he seen Eddie up there breaking that shit down and seeing the same, because basically it left off to what you seen right there in October of 1997. And it took all the way to October of 2024 to hear that same echo chamber. Adi did it. Like you said, he got away all these years. Yeah, there was some, rumblings on social media and, some people were talking about it. But for the most part, it never did anything. And when he went to that parole hearing and he seen that, wow, now Eddie is educated. He's educated in the law, right? A large area of inquiry. So I didn't see the trial. We're going to see the trial, though. And I can't wait to hear the medical examiner when he speaks on that cat here. And we have Big Ed in the chat. If he can maybe just tell us, like, what was the medical examiner saying about that cat here at trial in 1997? Like, what did he say about it? Did he say something that sticks out? Because whatever he said stuck with Adi for 30 fucking years. And he figured now that he's fighting and he has this platform,
a chance to speak again,
right? In a parole platform, I got to get ahead of that before he tries to use that against me, because that's the only thing he can use against me. For whatever reason, that could be his line of thinking.
Can't hear you.
I said, go ahead, rock it.
Yeah, I mean, for him trying to get ahead of it, we all could clearly see it. I mean, he came up on this platform and he's saying over here he wanted to see how we were going to run with it. That's where you fucked up with us. Because, we're going to break this shit down. We're still breaking it down. I'm still breaking shit down.
Oh, this is only part 16. We're going for 1,000. We're going for 1,000 episodes, maybe 2,000.
I've been breaking shit the fuck down.
I'll tell you this, though. We got some memberships. I love to see all green. All green, everything in the chat. I want to see everybody in all green, man. Give some memberships. Let's go.
Static selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history, homie. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history, homie.
Yes, and we got some turbulence in the chat, and you know how we do that, right? We do it like this.
Static selector.
Yeah. Boston.
selected.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static selected.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
For the statements and the arraignments, and it's getting stranger and stranger. Lockdown Boston, we in danger, in danger. Pressure is cooking in the chambers. Feel my anger, feel my anger. And tell the commish some gambling, some fish. It's the action, it's the risk, man. Ain't this a bitch? Politics, a big block party at the mall, national news and all that other shit. Yeah.
Static selected.
That's the sound that I wanted.
Lisa McDonald, she says something real big here. Adi probably took his cat to work, had to get kittens from the cab. You think the kittens were in the cab? That's possible, man. You muted up, bro.
I don't know if the kittens were in the cab, but I will say this. Our man shooting, I'm sure he's speaking for our boy, and he says Riley refused to test the cat here.
He refused to test the cat here. All right, little Ed. What the Duck gifted 5 JFK memberships. She's proud to be a newbie. Game is salute to the OGs. Nurse of interest. Renee says JFK's in beast mode tonight. Thank you so much, Lisa McDonald. Of course. I mean, that's possible. Honestly, you boys missed your true calling. You should have been detectives. Love you boys. Well, that's because we duck detectives our whole lives. Gifted 5 JFK memberships. Thank you, Becky. Look at this. We got the green coming in. Everybody's in green. I want to see everybody in green. Everybody looks so much better in green. AGE. I'm in green tonight. I want to see everybody in green. Let's give some memberships to the people. Free Kelsey. She gifted 5 JFK memberships. Bren, she gifted a JFK membership. Auntie B, 5 times. JFK memberships. Becky coming through with more turbulence. How many cats did you have, Adi? That's awesome. I love to see everybody in green. I love to see it. I love to see it. Everybody looks so much better in green, especially the Celtics season is very young. And we're talking about Somerville, Massachusetts in 1995. And them Somerville Irish boys love the green. We're talking about Eddie O'Brien. I don't think it gets any more Irish than that, people. And he was a what up, Eddie?
He met Larry Bird, for Christ's sakes, man.
God damn, Eddie. Dad stood in that line for you, Ed. Never forget that.
Fucking 4 hours. I'll never forget that now either.
Yeah. Gina had a dog, cat, and rabbit. Janet had a dog. Well, damn, you knew Mitz. You knew Gina had a dog, a cat, and a rabbit? God damn.
You know what I do want to make a point of too is that, you know, when we look at all these logs from the Massachusetts State Police, and you know, in numerical order, and we see that they found several feline hairs, color white. You go down into, you know, you're following these logs. They find a canine hair, brown. They find more feline hairs, okay? And they find a Caucasian hair. Now, I just want to say, for them to determine canine, feline, and the Caucasian, these were tested microscopically. These were tested to get a definition for them and what they were. Why they didn't proceed any further, even for, transfer purposes. I mean, if you're running a DNA on a cat here, what are you going to find out? It's a Maine Coon? It's a money?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We're talking about a form of transferred materials onto somebody. Now, Eddie didn't have a cat. His grandfather was allergic to him.
His grandfather was allergic to him.
We're talking about the transfer of something from one person to another.
Let's go over some of that stuff. We're 40 minutes in. We got some stuff, man. We're just getting warmed up. But before we do, I think it's only right. I go by the name of J.F.K.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
All right, what we doing tonight?
I just wanna chill and twist a lie. Catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, baby. Girl, hey, it's easy to love me now.
Come on, y'all.
Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and
to a quarter century.
It's to a quarter century. Could I count on you to be there to support me mentally? If I went back to a hoopty from a Benz, would you poof and disappear like some of my friends? If I was hit and I was hurt, would you be by my side? If it was time to put in work, would you be down to ride? I get out and peel a brother cap, chill and dry. I'm asking questions to find out how you feel inside. If I ain't rap cause I flip burgers at Burger King, would you be ashamed to tell your friends you're feeling me? In the bed if I use my tongue, would you like that? If I wrote you a love letter, would you write back? Now we could have a little drink, a nightcap, and we could go do what you like. I know you like that. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Woo. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Now would you leave me if your father found out I was thugging? Do you believe me when I tell you you the one I'm loving? Are you mad cause I'm asking you 21 questions? Are you my soulmate? Cause if so, girl, you a blessing. Do you trust me enough to tell me your dreams? I'm staring at you trying to figure how you got in them jeans. If I was down, would you say things to make me smile? I treat you how you wanna be treated, just teach me how. If I was with some other chick and someone happened to see, and when you asked me about it, I said it wasn't me, would you believe me or up and leave me? How deep is our bond if that's all it takes for you to be gone? We only humans, girl, we make mistakes to make it up, I'll do whatever it takes. I love you like a fat kid love cake. You know my style, I say anything to make you smile. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh no, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? Could you love me in a Bentley? Could you love me on a bus? I'll ask 21 questions, and they all about us. Could you love me in a Bentley? Could you love me on a bus?
Brian's alleged crime was so brutal that it prompted a change in Massachusetts law to require that all juveniles charged with first or second degree murder be tried as adults.
Yeah.
Scientific evidence. It may be the most convincing proof of guilt or innocence. And in Massachusetts, it's at the heart of the prosecution's case against Edward O'Brien, a teenager accused of murdering his best friend's mother, Janet Downing.
Inside of the store were found 3 bloody fingerprints.
Stain waiting on the front door matched the known prints which I took at the police department, that of Edward O'Brien.
Next, the blood evidence.
Going into the dining area, you made certain observations.
Yes, I did. The cellar stairs, what appeared to be red blood stains on both sides, the right and left side of the sheetrock walls.
The state called DNA and blood experts to tie this evidence to the defendant.
There are obviously 2 bleeders.
Your results indicate who the 2 bleeders are consistent with.
What's one thing life taught you?
At this
Take
level
your
of
top
analysis,
lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up.
I can't exclude Edward O'Brien as the second bleeder at that
What's one thing
scene.
life taught you?
In addition
You
to
take
the
your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up.
victim, Janet Downing.
And were you wearing any type of footwear protecting your feet from the crime scene?
No, I was not.
George suggested that DNA found on a knife hilt at the crime scene may be the key to finding the real killer.
This number 12 right here. That's not present in either Janet Downing nor Edward O'Brien, is it?
That's right.
What does that mean?
Well, what do you mean? What does that?
Clown! You are a clown! A clown! You are a clown! A clown! You are a clown! A clown!
Finding the real killer.
This number 12 right here. That's not present in either Janet Downing nor Edward O'Brien, is it?
That's right.
What does that mean?
Well, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Exactly what he just said. What does that mean, lady? What does that say? Riley, what was this lady thinking?
Well, it came from somewhere else, didn't it?
Came from somewhere else, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, no, you know, they got a new stop, dude, on the Orange Line, though. It used to just be Sullivan Station, though. Now they got Assembly, though. They got a different stop over there now, though, in Somerville, though. Yeah, you can get off at Assembly, though, then Sullivan Square, though. Then you go to Bunker Hill, though. Then you go to North Station, though. Yeah. Eddie, you over there, though? You in Gardner, though? You know Jason Hunter, dude, my boy, dude. Jamie Spillane, dude. J.Rock, dude. Tell him I said what up, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yes.
That number 12 came from another person's blood, didn't it?
It may have come from another person's blood.
Oh, no.
Well, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Well, it came from somewhere else, didn't it?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
That number 12 came from another person's blood, didn't it?
It may have come from another person's blood. That's correct.
George also focused on timing, hinting that even if O'Brien may be the key to finding the real killer.
This number 12 right here. That's not present in either Janet Downing nor Edward O'Brien, is it?
That's right.
What does that mean?
Well, what do you mean? What does that mean?
You wrong. You wrong. You wrong. You.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. This one's explosive.
You know, I
Go ahead, Kevin.
you know, I see somebody in the chat. They said, you know, how's the jury see past that? You know, like how does the jury see past, you know, an expert in DNA up there talking about this and you know, stating these facts? I mean, maybe we should speak on the jury a little bit.
Go ahead, speak to it.
You know, doing some deep diving and you know, we got Jay Brilliant behind the scenes, you know, digging into some files, sending stuff out to us. You know, we find out.
Bella just gifted 5 JFK memberships. I appreciate it, Bella. Best part of my day, Kelly. We appreciate you. Mitchie Beach coming through over there where the airport is, where the airplanes fly over her house all day, all night. Right over there by Belle Isle. She gifted 5 JFK memberships. I'll take a grilled haddock sandwich. Go ahead, brother.
You know, we you know, doing a little deep dive in here and there, and we got something sent to me today that you know, just kind of had me buffaloed. How this jury could have, you know, been minus one person. You know, so I got a typed letterhead here. Copy of it. It says, Eddie's former attorney, Maria Curtatone, received a phone call from an unidentified male stating that a juror number 6 from Eddie's trial, is a friend of Paul Downing Sr. and that he works with him. Paul Downing Sr.'s name was read off at the jury impanelment as one of the names for potential jurors to notify the judge if they happen to know or are related to this person or any one of them. Mike, juror number 6, didn't notify the judge that he was a friend.
Sorry, buddy. Why don't we have Brilliant? Why don't you jump on here real quick and tell you what happened? Tell people what happened when you talked to the lawyer. What's her name? Curtatone, right? Curtatone or something like that. She actually was my brother's lawyer back in the day for a case in Somerville. Go ahead, man.
You know, I mean, that's the thing. Juror number 6 worked with Paul Sr., all right, and had a relationship with him. You know, I mean, there's some bias right there.
Yeah, Maria Curtatone.
You know, he didn't speak up about it. He should have. You know, those jury impanelments are serious. You know, you're under oath. You need to speak up about that shit. If you're lying about it.
Everybody, before we go any further, we got a guy up here. He goes by the name of Jay Brilliant. I need everybody to give a warm welcome for my boy, Jay Brilliant. And we need to drop it like this. Peace signs up for Jay Brilliant. He's working too. Let's go. Peace signs up for Jay Brilliant.
What up?
About to set it off like this. Let's go.
I gotta go out and come back in. I can't hear you guys.
That's all right. You can hear us. It was just the music you can't hear.
All right.
You can't hear the music. Sometimes that happens. I don't know the reason, but
Um,
everybody was getting hyped up for you, man, with the peace signs.
Our
Go ahead. What?
Our guy up in Garden, he's probably going to get locked down in about 5 minutes.
He's gonna get locked down. Tell him to send it. Hey, tell shoot informants, not drugs. Tell Eddie to send it. Just tell him to send it. We all know. Send that shit.
You might have to play that song, fucking Summer of '95.
Send it. You got today's paper, kid? Send that shit. No, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Where we at? Jay Brilliant reporting live from the streets. Talk about it.
He talked to Maria on the phone.
Yeah, he's about
Yes,
to.
I did.
Go ahead, speak to it, brother.
So I called her and I asked her, I said if she's the right person that represented Eddie. She said no, she represented his parents. And I was like, well, I heard that you received a phone call or a letter, and she's like, nope, it's not true. And I said, so you're gonna tell me that I will not find no letter about this accusation? She hung up on me.
Goddamn. Would you
So I
believe
left her a message today, and I sent her the link that I sent to you.
Yep.
And I said I thought it was a lie, and haven't heard back.
And she's still friend with the O'Briens to this day, right? I thought I heard Trisha say that she loves her.
Well, from what I know, they haven't had contact with each other for a long time. She won't return any of Ed's calls, any of his emails, nothing.
Wow. Well, did you know Maria Curtatone? You know who I am. I look just like the other kid back in 1999 that you got a not guilty on. He looks just like me, doesn't he? But he's not me. But it's my brother. I know you very well. I went to a couple of court dates. I met you. You were young back then. You were young, Maria. You were young. Let's just say we were all fucking young, Maria. You were the hot shot. Everybody wanted Maria Curtatone as a lawyer. You shitting me? She was full of fire. Your Honor. She was part of the not fucking around crew. She was one of them ones. But I'll tell you this. Did you know, Maria Curtatone, if you're watching, that Artie said he was getting kittens in a house with no cats? Did you know we caught Artie 30 years later up in a lie? And you know what they say, right? If you're gonna lie about something, what else you lying about? You might want to tune in and really think that through. Because I get it. You might be on the side that you don't want to be bothered and you think that maybe Eddie did it. Maybe that's where you're at with it. Maybe not. I don't know. But based on you not getting back to him, this is all hearsay. But based on you not getting back to him, one can only assume by the moves that you're faking. Because you know what they say, right, guys? If you fake moves, you only have room for assumption. So you fake the move. You're not getting back. So now you can only assume that you think that he did it, or you just don't want to be bothered, or whatever it might be. So now, 30 years later, we're uncovering stuff. We, in the words of Janet, everybody in the chat, and the words of Janet, what did we do? Investigate. 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 I need everybody in the chat. I want to see it. Everybody that's in the green right now. Everybody, if you're not in the green, you better throw your green shit on and investigate. Investigate. Investigate.
Let's go, people.
Let's go.
And that's what we did, Maria. And we found out some things. And we don't know how true it is. Could Adi just be a liar and not and didn't do this crime? I don't know. Two things could be true. Eddie could have did this crime and Adi could be a liar. We don't know, but we're just asking the questions. We need lawyers like you to put it all together and figure this all out. We need you to hit the the plugs that you have and the influence that you have in the court system, or the influence you have with guys like Riley or people in the past. I don't know, your platform. We need you to have a voice and come on the show and speak to it. What do you feel about it? Because at the end of the day, we're just citizens, and people, we need people that were there at that space and time to speak on it, why they feel the way they feel, and then to let them know what we figured out in the investigation and see what they feel now, or speak on why would he lie about cats. And maybe you have a reason why he would do it. Maybe your mind can figure this out. I don't know. But we would just like to ask you that question. Why would Adi lie all these years later about cats? Was it the same cat here that was on Janet Downing? Was that his cat here? I don't know. I'm just saying, sounds pretty suspicious. That's all I'm saying. We're just asking questions.
Yeah, it just sounds like someone's trying to get ahead of something.
She said, investigate, investigate, investigate. Maria Cortatoni, Adi up here said that he was in the house present when they hung cat litter up. He was there for that, right, Kevy Kev?
That's right.
He claims he was anyway. There's no one to back up his story, though.
No, but what I'm saying is, regardless if he did it or he didn't do it, he's still saying that happened.
Yep.
So if he's saying that happened, then all the other stuff that they said happened too. The book,
got to be true.
Has to be true.
Wiper fluid, it has to be true. That corroborated, right? So weird things will happen to her. But a guy who sells weed, he had a cucumber, an elbow, a pound, an ounce. He sold 3 for 10, 3 joints. He drove around in number 42, slanging and banging. He's got the weed down in the basement, and someone's walking around the house moving shit around. What if they come across your weed or your stash of money? Fuck the weed. What if they come across that $1,500, your re-up money? Or what if you owe somebody? What if you got it on the cuff? Do you know what the cuff means, Artie? Did you get it on the cuff? On the sleeve? Remember them sayings? Oh, wow, Artie. You were in the game, kid. Would you believe it?
Probably some fucking brick weed.
It doesn't matter what it was.
Just
Shit was selling back then, bro. He was making money. They said they were buying it. They were smoking it. It could have been some shitty ass weed, but whatever. Adi, what kind of weed did you have, bro? Did you slang? I mean, then you lied and said you didn't do anything. You should have at least said, yeah, I sold some weed. Fuck it. Who cares? You could drive around right now with a half pound of weed in your car. You like my headphones, Adi? This is what I feel like. I'm in space, Adi. I'm in the Twilight Zone. Adi.
Looking for kitties.
Do you know where the kitty's at? God damn, Let's go through some of this. So, the medical examiner, right? So, I think it starts here, right? The guy Pino, right? I think I have it already up. The guy Pino. So, Pino, he was for items 85, 86, 91, and 94, he reported, Pino did, that no items were found. His name was Bob Pino. Am I correct about that?
That's right.
So for items 85, 86, 91, and 94, he reported that no items were found in the envelope. What happened to the items? Pino listed 59 items, had the presence of blood on them. Mary Kate McGlivery, whatever, only reported to test 21 of those items. She only tested 21 of them out of 94. That's crazy.
I left her a message too.
You know, but let's talk about the.
Hold on. Let me finish. Several years after this case, Pino was fired from the director's position at the State Police Crime Lab for improper reporting methods in other cases.
Crazy.
Item. What's going on here? This is my shit's wigging out, so I can't do this. Okay, you want to play games, huh? For items 85, 86, 91, and 94, he reported that no items. I already said that, right? So I gotta take this down.
But that's an issue right there.
So look, items 91, substance on the left hip. There was substance on the left hip. No items were found inside the envelope. Items 92, right? Hairs on right palm, microscopic examination of this. Items revealed blood-stained brown Caucasian hair fragments and several white feline hairs. Several white feline hairs. Several. What was this cat? His co-defendant? Like, where the fuck did this several hairs? So is that 3 or is that 7? I don't know. Item 93, item 93, substance on left hand, microscopic examination. This item revealed a blood stain and brown and white feline hairs. And item 94, substance on the left index finger. No items were found inside the envelope. What happened to these items that were in the envelope, man?
That's an issue. That's an issue. That's a big issue, man.
Of course it is.
Yeah, it is.
Item 80. Hair from the right hand index finger, microscopic examination of this item revealed 7 feline hairs and 1 brown hair fragment. Item 81, fingernail scrapings from the left hand, microscopic examination of this item revealed 1 blood-stained fingernail clipping that they tested that wasn't Eddie's blood. And this crazy woman said, well, she didn't say that. That's who would have said it. Now, keep in mind that his lawyer at the time, my understanding of it, what Margot Nash said, is that his lawyer didn't even bring that up at trial. They brought up the butt of the knife, the hilt of the knife or whatever. So item 89, item 88, hair from the right inner thigh, micro examination of this item revealed white feline hair. That was 88. 89, white cotton from left inner thigh. Microscopic examination of this item revealed a white cotton fiber ball. Like, what the hell was that? And item 90, a hair from the right upper thigh. Microscopic examination of this item revealed a brown pubic hair. Item 91, substance on the left hip. No items were found inside this envelope. And item 92, hairs on the right palm, microscopic examination of this revealed blood-stained brown Caucasian hair fragments. What are you at the taxi stand?
Yeah.
God damn. Item 80, hair from the right hand, stop index finger. Microscopic examination of this revealed 7 feline hairs and 1 brown hair fragment. Item 81, fingernail scrapings from left hand. Microscopic examination of this item revealed 1 blood-stained fingernail clipping. Now, if I'm correct, right? right, Big Ed. They didn't even bring that up in trial, right? The blood underneath their fingernail. What's going on, Kevin? You still with us, bro? You muted up, buddy.
You sleeping again, Kevy?
You said Big Ed. Are you waiting for a response from Big Ed?
Well, I was seeing what you had to say. Maybe
No, I
you.
mean,
Do you remember?
they did. I don't know if they did a DNA sample on a bloody fingernail.
I'm pretty sure Ed said they never tested him.
They never did, right? They never brought it up. It's not that they never tested them.
Yeah,
They did.
that.
They tested them to. I just want to be clear, and I'm almost 1,000% sure, because your man J.F.K. doesn't say shit unless I know the answers. That's how I roll. But Margot Nash said that his lawyer dropped the ball with it and did not bring that up in trial. That they ran it to Eddie and it didn't come back to his. For whatever reason, they dropped it. They dropped the ball to that. They didn't bring this shit up. Now they brought the butt.
They didn't follow up with that shit at all.
They didn't bring the butt of the knife up. They brought the butt of the knife up, whatever it is. What do you call that? The hilt?
The hilt.
Yeah, the hilt.
The hilt. They brought that up, and we seen what that lady said. But that would have been the same lady to talk about these fingernail clippings too. She didn't get it. She didn't answer that question. I'm pretty sure she didn't answer this question. I could be wrong, but I'm almost absolutely sure. So, item 82, fingernail scrape is from the right hand. So it's on the left hand and the right hand. So now, if it was underneath one hand, you would say, okay, maybe, I don't know, right? Maybe something happened, but it's on both their fingernails. Microscopic examination of this item revealed 4 blood-stained fingernail clippings on both their fingernails, left and right hand, which means that she was fucking clawing this dude.
She was. These are defenseful findings.
They ran the blood. Be clear, people. They ran the blood to this, and it did not match Eddie O'Brien.
And you know what? What blows my mind is that you would think that they would test anything, that any skin fragment or any blood stain underneath the fingernail of Janet Downing to prove who attacked her. Those are defense. That's all in defense. That's all her defense right there. She fought back.
Obviously, she fought back, bro. And whoever had kittens, I don't know who it was. Adi.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
Clown! You are a clown! Clown!
You ever finish reading that letter, Kevy Kev?
Hold on a second.
You are a clown! Clown! You are a clown! Clown! You are a clown! Clown! You are a clown! Clown!
There's your jack-o'-lantern.
I went in about.
You can't. There's something going on right now. There's music. There's music playing right now. All right, Jay. You can either come in and come back out so you can hear it, but so I don't want you to talk over what I got going on. Hold on a second.
4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen
If I was on a
to this day, I
Do you
don't wish
think Eddie's
anyone
guilty or not guilty?
I think he's not guilty.
Whew.
I do. And, you know, and I say it, you know, we're going back to what I said in the beginning. You know, it to me, whoever committed this crime had some sort of real animosity, and I have been involved in several.
Some real animosity.
see what I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the
Can you hear that, Jay?
kitty litter box and the kitten.
Yeah.
That was it. And what I seen to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
Clown! You are a clown! Clown! You are a clown! Clown! Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. This one's explosive.
Let's go. So why did Gina say when you walked up, you looked like you were so fresh and so clean? She said you smelled like Obsession and all that. She said you were smelling real good.
I was driving a taxi cab.
Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. This one's explosive. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. This one's explosive.
That is correct.
And why was it you decided not to tell the truth initially?
I think it was just being stupid, scared. I think it was my belief that I didn't do this. This is just a mistake. They'll probably find out who did it. And then
This
I think
was your best friend's mother, your next door neighbor. Why would you not say something at that point?
when that night,
Once you observe what you did.
what do you, I didn't do anything.
Nice.
No, once you observed what you saw, I should say.
Nice, dude. He tried to catch him up. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
He said once you observe what you did. Wow.
Say something at that point.
When that night,
Listen to this.
Once you observe what you did.
what do you, I didn't do anything.
He didn't even hesitate to say that.
There ain't no easy way out of this, fellas. There's no easy way out. We gotta keep fighting. Keep asking questions. Eddie O'Brien, what up? Shoot it. Everybody in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. You know how we do it.
That's right, people. Throw those green shamrocks up for Eddie.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. We ain't giving in. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat. My man said, once you seen what you did, man, that shit was tricky. That's a trick question.
Say something at that point.
When that night,
Once you observe what you did.
what do you, I didn't do anything.
God damn. Let's go. Here we go. the chat. Double into the chat.
We're not indestructible. Baby, better get that straight. I think it's unbelievable how you give into the hands of fate. That something's all worth fighting for. Some feelings never die. I'm not asking for another chance. I just wanna know why. There's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. There's no easy way out. Giving in can be wrong. I don't wanna pacify. I don't wanna drag you down. But I'm feeling like a prisoner. Like a stranger in a no-name town. I see all the angry faces. Afraid that could be you and me. Talking about what might have been. I'm thinking about what it used to be.
We thinking about what it used to be. Let's go.
There's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. There's no easy way out. Giving in can't be wrong. Baby, baby, we can share this skin. We can know how we feel inside. Instead of going down in
There's a lot of evidence
endless
there
road,
that doesn't.
not knowing
There's
if we
DNA
did
profiles there that's not there.
alright. Something's all worth fighting for. Some feelings never die.
Probably not.
I'm not asking for another chance. I just wanna know why. There's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. There's no easy way out. Giving in can't be wrong. No, there's no easy way out. There's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. There's no shortcut home. There's no easy way out. 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 There's no shortcut home. There's no shortcut home. There's no easy way out. There's no easy way out. There's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. There's no easy out. Giving in can't be wrong.
I can't remember the last time you looked as happy as you did tonight. Your tipsy friend grabbed that bartender, gave him a phone and pulled us over there with her. He counted to 3, and baby, I haven't seen a side of you in forever. And I hate it's the truth, but baby, you never do when we're alone together. It was good to see you smile. Girl, you know it's been a while. It was good to see you smile, even if it was just for the picture. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words, but you ain't said one since you woke up. Silly me, thinking we could make it work. Can you blame me for getting my hopes up? You know it took me right back to how it used to be. Baby, seeing us like that is still a little bittersweet. But it was good to see you smile. Girl, you know it's been a while. It was good to see you smile, even if it was just for the picture. If someone were to see this, they'd think everything's alright. At least we got a pretty little moment frozen in time. It was good to see you smile. Girl, you know it's been a while. It was good to see you smile, even if it was just for the picture. Even if it was just for the picture. Every now and then I look up to the sky, and while the minutes pass I lose track of time. But all I gotta do is try to spend it right. Let's take one more time to celebrate like there ain't no tomorrow. So let's just make a memory, 'cause tomorrow will be too late. Don't think twice and hesitate, 'cause it's all that we got for now. Just one more time to make it great, yeah. Just one more time.
Woo, man, it's tough, man. You know, at the end of the day, this is not a fucking joking matter.
Nope.
It's not no joking matter. 30 years, 30 weeks, 3 months. It don't matter. She's gone. She ain't got a chance to come back. She ain't got a chance to fight. She tried to fight that night. It's underneath her fingernails. Run that DNA. It's on her left hand. It's on her right hand. There is blood underneath the fingernails of Janet Downing. That is not Eddie O'Brien's. Who the fuck? Excuse me. Sorry. Whose blood is
Nah,
it?
man. You know, it's
Margot
just
messaged me. Margot messaged me. She said that they DNA tested the under the nails, but Eddie was excluded.
He was excluded, I know. But the point is, I don't think his lawyer hammered that home.
Right.
Like he didn't like use that. Like that's, I mean, obviously that would have got him out, right? For some reason or another, the fix was in. I don't know why, but it was.
And let's not forget there was blood on the hilt of the gun. I mean, the hilt of the knife. You know, so that right there he was excluded from that too.
R.I.P. Janet Downing.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Janet.
Never.
Okay. And the reason for not doing that was what? You maintained that for your 29 years in prison?
Except for those first 2 weeks.
Okay. Now, as far as disclosing who that person was.
What I like to say is, I don't want people to believe me what I have to say. The evidence is going to speak for it.
There we go.
And there's a lot of evidence there that doesn't. There's DNA profiles there that's not me.
So I got one specific.
And he says that with confidence.
You know, when you watch that, you know, this parole board hearing, this what we were just watching. I think we watched it a few days back, and I seen in the chat, man, like there's a guy that's sitting behind Eddie to the left, man, and love to know who the hell he is, man. He is one uncomfortable dude sitting in that courtroom. You know, I mean, just the guy's body language when you listen to that interview, man, that guy, he just can't stop moving. He's all over the map over there.
Which guy?
When you watch that video, you know, play some of that parole board hearing and just look at the guy that's behind Eddie to the left of our view.
If you guys want to come up and talk to us, come up and talk to us. I got to take some things down off the stage.
Come on up, people.
I'm only taking one at a time tonight. And I always say that, and I never do. But 100% doing it tonight.
I wonder if Artie left to Amsterdam yet.
Chrissy, his goddaughter, says, keep up all the work, guys. Jay Brilliant, too, of course. Susan gifted 1 JFK membership. You're so kind. 21 out of 94. Kid's life was on the line. What's the excuse of being lazy? P. Ferreira gifted 20. Holy shit. 20 JFK memberships. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Appreciate that. Gifted 20 JFK memberships. Thank you so much, P. Ferreira. We got Norman Corey, 1162, a.k.a. Key Cycles. Adi has not been in the chat since we found out cops found his key in the backyard. He can't explain that. He can't blame the cat. Norman Corey. God damn, man. She gifted another 10. Let's go.
Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Boston. Can you?
Making it green. Everybody's green. And, just for that, keeping us flying, keeping the plane flying, hitting us with the turbulence. I appreciate it. Gifted 10 JFK memberships, P. That's 30 total. This song's for you. Let's go, P. Ferreira. This one's for you. P signs up for P. Ferreira or Ferrari or Ferrari. I I think it's Ferreira. I don't know. Something like that. PF. Let's go.
One of these nights, one of these crazy old nights, we're gonna find out, pretty mama, what turns on your lights. Woo! The full moon is calling, the fever is high, and the wicked wind whispers and moans. You got your demons, you got desires, but I got a few of my own. Ooh, someone to be kind to in between the dark and the light. Coming right behind you, swear I'm gonna find you one of these nights. One of these dreams, one of these lost and lonely dreams, yeah. We're gonna find one, one that really screams. I've been searching for the daughter of the devil himself. I've been searching for an angel in white. I've been waiting for a woman who's a little bold, and I can feel her, but she's nowhere inside. Loneliness will blind you in between the wrong and the right. Coming right behind you, swear I'm gonna find you one of these nights. In between the dark and the light, coming right behind you, swear I'm gonna find you, get you, baby, one of these nights. One of these nights, coming right behind you, swear I'm gonna find you now. One of these nights, it gets so dark and cold, and one of these
in Massachusetts law to require that all juveniles charged with first or second degree murder be tried as adults.
Yeah.
Did we hear from Artie? Is it appropriate? Can we hear from him? We know what's
A terrible injustice has been done by even bringing a man who was totally innocent into this case and injecting his name into this case. That's wrong. And
That's wrong, he said.
He's wrong.
We got NY Chimmy up in here. What up, Chimmy?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's up, girl?
What's happening, Captain?
Oh, oh my God! I've been upgraded. Jeez, Louise.
Yeah, you in the game now. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. Hold on. Let me turn on my camera. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, she's in the game.
Hey.
Oh, we got her.
We got better
she's
lighting.
lit.
We got better lighting. We got better lighting.
Nice, awesome. I love it. There she is.
Hello, everyone. Hello,
Yes.
chat. What's
What up?
up? What's up, everybody?
Peace signs up for
Hello.
Chimmy.
Oh.
We need them peace signs up for Chimmy. Go ahead, throw them peace signs up for sure. She is
Thank
here.
you. Thank you.
Tonight.
You guys are so cute. Oh my God. I can't. I can't.
One of those nights.
God damn.
So
First of all,
you see what happened. We caught Adi up with the cats. Go ahead. What are you feeling about all this?
if it's the cats that takes this guy out, it would be the biggest poetic justice of all time. Like if it's really the cats, because it's such a random detail that it's the one thing that people who lie to that degree, again, allegedly for entertainment purposes only, I mean, it's always the fine details you got to pay attention to, that people who like to manipulate things will always drop little gems. And then you're just like, wait, hold on. What? So that right there, the cat story, the fact that, everyone is just kind of side eyeing him like this, like, I think for him, it's just like he probably just gets off on the fact that he's gotten away with this for so long. If in fact he was involved, allegedly, that, he can kind of just spew whatever he wants. And I've been saying it. I've been like, from the first time I heard it, something just didn't sit right. The truth is consistent. It doesn't have to be retold, rewrapped, repackaged. And it just, that gut feeling is just like, yo, he knows more than he's leading on. And he's making it obvious that the way he's moving is very sus. So.
Right. And
I
he also said that he could back out of Boston Street. I mean, back out down Hamlet, right? Brilliant. Didn't he say that? He could back down.
He can back up and do a 3-point turn.
But that was impossible, right? Tell him why that's impossible.
There was no way. He was blocked in. The street, if there was 2 cars on there, you couldn't move.
And not only
there
that,
was 12 cars there.
Not only that, he was pointed down the hill. So if he backed up, he would have been on Boston Street, not on Hamlet Street. So he said, if I backed up, I could have went down Hamlet. So no, if you backed up, you would have been on Boston. So there's a serious lie right there. That's a serious lie right there.
And why is it always a 3-point turn? This is the same thing in Karen Reed. There's always a dog involved. Like, there's a dog involved.
No, it's parallel. Instead of Jen, it's investigate.
Exactly. You got to pay attention to that, because there's no coincidence that there's similarities between the cases and that it's all coming to, like, imagine if, thankfully, Karen didn't, was found guilty. Like, would people be paying attention to Eddie right now? Probably not, because people will still believe the same narrative that the government is protecting them and that they have their best interest. So Karen actually being found not guilty and that pressure being applied to the Commonwealth now, it has raised a lot of eyebrows, I'm sure, for everyone. I mean, because it's like, if you can do this to her, it's like the veil is lifted. That's it. Everyone can't unsee what's been done, because it's just like the math is not mathing. Like, let's all keep it a buck here. It's just clearly something is wrong. So,
yep.
Yeah.
You got anything? You got anything to ask Jimmy, Kevy Kev?
No, I
hey,
mean,
Kev.
she's right on point. I mean, he's in my eyes, I feel like, he realized there was cat hair that was found way back then, and where it didn't get, properly investigated and really brought up.
What did she say? She said it was a big area of inquiry, right? What did she say?
Inquiry, yeah. Like, what was determined by it, and they didn't have an answer.
But what did he say? I can't wait to see. I want to see that medical examiner's testimony.
I mean, I think
he said that was a big
get ahead
area.
of something. I just think he's trying to get ahead of something. Why, he's now bringing in these cats. It's almost a.
Well, did someone threaten him? Did his wife threaten him? Like, listen, I'll tell him about the cats. You had cats. You know what I mean? Like, you brought the cat home that night. The cat had blood on him. I don't know. Like, is there something where someone got something over him with the cats, so to speak, to link him to it? Even though the cats are gone now and it's 30 years later, but is there someone alive that can say, I remember that night, or what he said about the cats? Like, he brought that up to someone. Like, yeah, something happened and he admitted something. I don't know. Like, is this, like you said, is this something he's trying to get ahead of? I don't know if that makes any sense, but I'm just trying to understand.
Of course, because people who have something to hide, like, it seems to me like, just based on his pattern of behavior, because it's all patterns. It doesn't take, like, I'm not a therapist. I just observe. I'm an observer of people in life, and there's a lot of pattern recognition, right? So his form of behavior to always be the first to comment is to get ahead, to kind of like, stir the narrative. Like, it's like, I'm going to get ahead of the narrative. So that way it kind of gets other people to look uncredible in some way, right? So if he throws little things here and there, well, it's his truth versus theirs, right? And
Yeah.
it's, so you're always constantly playing. But the thing is, like, look, like when he came and he's like, I just said that to kind of throw you guys off. That was like, that really hit me in a really deep way. And more so because it's like, bro, you're gambling with someone's life. You're
Yes.
gambling with like you're not God, bro. Like, you're playing a role that those shoes, no human can fill. So
Yeah.
one, how dare you do that? And two, like, put some respect on God's name right now. Like, for real. Like, what are you doing? Because it's not up to you to do that. And it's not right for you to think that you are entitled or should be in that position. This is a 15-year-old kid who has, now as a grown man, has been behind bars for most of his life. A woman was tragically murdered. And you're over here just like throwing people who are trying to bring justice for these two people, like just being like, oh yeah, whatever. I know you guys won't believe me anyway. Like, that's some sick shit. Like,
Yeah.
I don't, and this is, I mean, the fact that I'm even on camera, we don't know Artie, respectfully. Like, I don't know
Yeah.
this man, what he's
Yeah.
capable of. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's obviously not normal because normal
Yeah.
people don't behave like that. So, you know, that really just, that solidified to me my initial reaction in hearing him speak. The fact that her children haven't come out to speak yet. He's speaking for them, speaks volumes to me as well. um Him also like kind of stirring the pot, like, I mean, are Janet's children actually consenting to this? Are they okay with this? Like, personally, if that was my mom, like, I'd be furious that this person who isn't even really my blood relative is out here, like, interrupting you guys, being like, oh, she's lying, she's a liar, she's like,
Yeah.
bro, like, just zip it. Like, for you to save your ass, zip it, because it's not looking good, bro. It's just really not.
The one thing that really bothered me too was the fact that he hung around that crime scene pretty much the whole time. It's like he didn't go up with his wife and try to comfort her in any way. Um, he was across the street. He wasn't with his nephews. It just, certain things that just, you know, as a man and you know, a relation to Janet at the time, being married to her sister. I mean, he didn't handle himself well at all at that crime scene. Um, you know, in the aspect of like, being that part of her life.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he should have been with her sister. Her sister. He should have been up the hospital.
Yeah, like with his wife, like it just, that your priorities were so out of whack that the first thing you think about is everything but being there for your actual family. You decide to go smoke a blunt with a 16-year-old across the street. Like, it's just not like, look, and I try to be empathetic to everyone and how they process information, and I can only speak for myself that I've never been in a situation like this, and God forbid, knock on wood, like, no one has to go through something like that. But it's just like, those aren't normal reactions for people who are, one, witnessing a tragedy like this. And there's plenty of like cases that you can go over where things like this happen and there's more normal behavior. Like, it's giving very much like Chris Watts, like, that case where he's like, oh yeah, I don't know where my family is, please come home, I miss them. Like, I mean, bro, like, it's your entire family's missing and you're just kind of like nonchalant, but also nervously, like, you're suspicious, and look what happened to him. So it's just very strange behavior. I don't know.
Jason Brilliant, what do you feel about all this?
I she's definitely right. Everything she says is right.
Well, she's Chimmy. Chimmy's always right. She don't fuck
Yeah,
around.
she's a very smart person.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Chimmy's she's actually a great addition.
Woman,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Always love to hear what she has to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's one of those ones, right? Right, Kevy Kev?
That's right.
My God, I'm like blushing. I'm so
Giving
embarrassed.
giving us some knowledge and shit, you know.
Yeah. Hey, we need it. We need it.
And
We need
you
it
know,
because
Definitely.
this shit can drive you crazy after a while. You know, because you're sitting there and you're like, all right, he was 15. He didn't say anything. You know, down the street. You know, he went. He said he got jumped. He had a cut on his hand, and you're like, man, they couldn't got it all wrong, right? Like it can't be a setup. Like, and then 30 years go by and nobody's on his side on that family side. Like Paul's not on the side, Ryan's not on the side, Aaron. So you're thinking, you know, okay. And then here we are 30 years later. We see him at his parole hearing. He's holding it down, right? And then you see Adi talking about imaginary cats, lying about where, you know, how he could back down Hamlet Street. Like that's what I got out of that. Like, you know, I was just going with the facts. Like the way he parked that night, he parked this way down Hamlet Street. You're supposed to park up it. You know what I'm saying? Headlights towards Boston Street, right? So the headlights are supposed to be pointed towards her house, right? He was parked this way down the street, even though it's a two-way street. So he was parked the opposite direction. That struck people funny. But I always wonder why the police didn't say anything about his car being parked that way. Maybe because it was a cab and they gave him the benefit of the doubt. If it was any other car, I bet you they would have said something. But since it was a cab and he's probably known in the area, and keep in mind, there was a lot of Somerville cops that were holding that fort down prior to the state police getting there, which means is he was probably manipulating them Somerville police because he knew them.
Mm-hmm.
And back then you could do that, right? Because the cop gave him his key back. And he lied about that too. He said he never got his key back. It's in the report, but the problem is it's in like a standard police report, but it wasn't in evidence. So the cop gave him the key back. The question is, why didn't he leave? But he probably couldn't leave, even with the key back. He probably still couldn't even leave because everything was blocked in. They probably
Right.
used that street. They probably, since that was a side street versus Boston Street's a main street, right? Kevy Kev, like as far as a cut through, you go down Boston Street, and when you get down the end of Boston Street, you said it's a main road, right?
exactly.
Yeah, so they probably use that as like their base camp, so to speak. And if you don't know what base camp means, that means if you're Maki, I'm Maki. I'm on the movie set. I go to the base camp. That's where I got my wardrobe. I got my makeup. I got my friends, my family. I go to the base camp. Then I jump inside a little transit, a little car with the Teamsters, and I go to the movie set. And then I go do my movies. But then I go back to base camp and I take a nap. And I call JFK, JF late. That's what I used to call him all the time. Yeah, Maki used to call me JF late.
The
Used to tell
voice
me,
sends me, bro. Like it
oh
sends
yeah,
me
we
to
used
another
to,
dimension.
yeah, that's, I mean, that's real shit, man. I used to in the Bentley and shit. Like,
Oh
watch this
man.
shit. It's crazy because if you Google Mark Wahlberg in the Bentley, right? Mark Wahlberg. I wonder if it still comes up because I remember back in the day that was like a thing. This was like 2009 in Beverly Hills.
That shit
Like,
is funny.
so like if you Google Mark Wahlberg in the Bentley, right? But I'm a piece of shit. I don't know nobody. But let me see. Right here. So Mark Wahlberg in the Bentley, right? We'll share it. Right. So you see Mark Wahlberg in the Bentley, and let's see one of the times who's he in the Bentley with. So he's in the Bentley right there. Who's he with right here? Oh shit!
You zoom in.
Oh, hold on. That's JFK. Look, we're getting chased by the paparazzis and shit. Look, we in the Bentley in Beverly Hills, son. Did it pop up? It ain't
Goddamn, got his
popping up.
white hat on and shit.
You can't see it, right? Hold on. Where's that shit at? Oh, I got
This should
so
be your
much
new
shit.
profile picture.
I got so many shit set. Let me see. Can I zoom in? Did it zoom in? Did it do anything? Nah, it didn't do anything. It only zoomed in on
No,
one
it didn't.
picture. Let me get out of there for a second. That's all that got on that. Let me see. Mark Wahlberg in the Bentley. That's all I got. Visit. We'll visit.
Well, why you visit? What I was gonna say, since you were mentioning that, like, you
Damn,
focus
why is
on
that?
like the facts. people
Yeah, go ahead.
forget the human. No, it's okay. People forget the human aspect, like, of cases, and that's why, like, I try to be sensitive to, like, how people might approach things, because we all have different upbringings and we all have different experiences. So how we may react to something may not be normal or considered the norm. We might just have had a different experience, but, like, with this case, it just doesn't feel right. And I know you can't go, your intuition or your gut feeling isn't necessarily a fact. It's a feeling, right? So with all of these type of cases, with Karen, with Eddie, it's like I've just tried to navigate it more on, like, having compassion for, like, everyone in this case, because it's like, as humans we have choices, and the way we choose to behave, the way we choose to show up, determines a lot, right? Like, one choice can literally put you behind bars. One choice can let you walk free for something that you did and you're pinning it on someone else. And the moral of that is that regardless of anything, all of that comes full circle at some point. And the truth is never going to be something that you can hide for much longer. Oh my God, are you zooming in? Sorry. I'm
No, I
looking
was
at the
just trying to figure
picture.
it out. I just not, I haven't seen this picture for so long. I'm just thinking about that day, man. So that's my cousin in the passenger seat, my cousin Ralphie. That's Ace in the back. Me and Ace are in the back. Ace is my guy still, Big Ace. He's all in Mark's videos, and that's me in the back. We're getting chased by the paparazzi. So the paparazzi were up in the mountains and shit, taking pictures of us. We stopped at the gas station, and this black Audi with tinted windows is just like tailing us, and Mark's trying to dip on him.
That's
And
crazy.
yeah, so I got crazy stories. So when I was in yeah, what's going on? So when I was in Beverly Hills, right, with him in the big house, one morning, so he used to hit me up. I was probably out there for like 3 months. I was in North Hollywood. We called it the Show Off Ranch. There was like 5 of us staying inside this. We had all futons. It was crazy because it was bittersweet. Like so during the day, this was like '09 when he was doing the fighter movie. So we'd be at his house training for the fighter movie, and he would always he would tell people that if you want to be in the movie, you got to get in the ring with him. So you got to get in the ring with him. But the problem is Mickey Ward was training him, and so wasn't Dickie Eglin. So he was getting trained, by Mickey, and Mickey got the liver shot. So Mickey, you know what it is, brilliant, right? So Mickey taught him how to do the liver shot, how to drop dudes. So he used to be like, JFK, get in the ring. I'll give you a good part in the movie, JFK. I'd be like, bro, you got to give me 10,000 to get in that ring with you, bro. You ain't hitting me with that shot, bro. And so he used to hit me up in the morning. He'd be like, JFK, you got to get here. So it was David O. Russell was doing the movie. Was it David O. Russell? David O. Russell, the same guy who did I think he did what other movie he did, but that was the director of the movie. But so he had the ring in his house. So he used to hit me up he'd be like, JFK, get to my house at 4:30 a.m. So my cousin's a Dorchester kid, the kid with the black hair, Ralphie. He's straight crazy. So I'd get them all up at 3:30 a.m. And I'm like, yo, we got to drive from North Hollywood through Hollywood Hills into his house into Beverly Hills. And if you catch that traffic in the morning, you're done. So you got to leave right at like 3:30. If you leave after 4, you're done. So I'm like, so it's 3:30 in the morning. I'm waking everybody up. Hey, everybody, we got to get up. So we get to Marky's house and shit. And I remember he looked at me. He was in the ring. He's like, JFK. He's like, your new name is JF Late. The game don't wait. The game don't wait, JFK.
God
JF
damn, he
Late.
clocked you.
Yeah, he's calling me JF Late and shit. Shit was
JF
mad funny.
Late,
Yeah, we got
damn.
there like 5:15. I'm like, this dude's already up doing works out. Like he's already his day already started at like 2:30 a.m. He's a fucking mental case. I'm like, yo, calm down. Your boy, my cousin, right? My second cousin's his main man. I'm like, bro, I'm dragging him around, bro. I'm taking like I would have been here. It's him. It's your man that I'm dragging around. That's like, yo, hold on a minute. My cousin, we used to have the green dot money cards back then. We used to get money sent to us on the green dot, right? Dudes would send us money, put it that way. We had, we used to get hooked up, put it that way. So the bottom line is my cousin's be like, yo, give me the credit card, bro. And I'd be like, bro, what are you going? He's like, I'm going to 7-Eleven. Right? It's like 2 in the morning, right? Down the streets of 7-Eleven in North Hollywood. He would come back from the store with honey buns, like he was still in prison. Honey buns, like apple pies, Gatorades, like a whole like $50 worth of food every night. And then, then he would eat it all. And then the next morning he'd grab his stomach. Yo, man, getting fat, man. Where the fuck this come from, man? I
Now the
used to be
honey
like,
bun joke that you always say now is coming
oh
full
man.
circle for the chat.
I used,
Now we have
I used,
a source of where that came
yo, let me
from.
tell you something. These Dorchester kids, they crazy. So like, yo, inside the trailer, Mark. So you gotta keep in mind, Mark ships his Bentley. That Bentley, he shipped that Bentley from Beverly Hills to Lowell, Mass. Right, and he shipped his Maybach. So I was on that whole movie the whole time. I from the beginning stages of it, all the way into the premieres, all the way to the rap parties, all the way to it hitting the theaters, the whole shit. And what happened was during that movie, that's when I started talking in that voice because he used to meet us at the Pink Dot. So Beverly Hills, you could sneak out of Beverly Hills to go into Hollywood Hills, and there's this thing called the Pink Dot. It's like a convenience store, but it sells deli meat and stuff, right? They make good sandwiches there. So he would sneak in the back of it and no one would see him, right? And he would get turkey sandwiches. So every time I would meet him back there, he'd be like, JFK, meet me at the Pink Dot. So I'd be like, all right. So I'd meet him at the Pink Dot, right? And every time I went in there, he's like, JFK, you hungry, JFK? I'm like, yeah. He's like, you want a turkey sandwich? Right? So I'd be in the Bentley with him chilling. We driving around all day, just chilling. And I'd be like, and every time we stopped to get something to eat, he would say, right, because he wanted a turkey sandwich, right? So he'd be like, so what do you want to get to eat? You want a turkey sandwich? I'm like, yeah, Marky, I guess I'll have a turkey sandwich. So that became a joke between us. So now I start telling him, I'm like, listen, man, I'm like, that voice that you do, he's like, I do that all the time. I'm like, bro, I don't know, it comes out of you, man. And because he did I Love Huckleberries, the movie at that time with Dustin Hoffman, we had the fireman boots on and never hit the movie, really never hit the theaters, but it was like this independent movie where he played this fireman, and that's how he talked. He's like, hey, the forest fire is like, that's how he talked. So I said, listen, if you continue with that voice, you could do comedy with that. So fast forward after the fighter, he hits me up. I had a Lexus at the time, and I'm driving with my boy Zoe, and I get a phone call. It's like 12:30 at night, and this is the Nextel, and I remember I get the Nextel call, and he hits me up, and he goes, "Hey JFK, I'm in Boston." I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah, I'm shooting a movie." I said, "Oh yeah, what are you shooting?" He goes, "I'm shooting a movie about a teddy bear." I said, "Oh yeah, teddy bear." I said, "What is it? A Disney movie?" So I'm thinking he went Disney. So I'm like, "Oh, it's a Disney movie." He goes like, "Nah, it's with Seth MacFarlane, JFK." I'm like, "Oh yeah, Seth MacFarlane." So the name didn't click at first. So I'm like, Seth MacFarlane, and I'm like, "Oh, the Family Guy." He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "So what?" So he's like, "I'm talking for the teddy bear." So I'm like, and he was like, that voice you say I do all the time? He was like, that's the voice that I'm going to be doing. No, he said Seth MacFarlane's talking for the teddy bear, and I'm going to be talking in that voice. So it's going to be the Family Guy with this guy, the turkey sandwiches. So
That's
that's how.
amazing.
So yeah. So like that's how. So when I say that, like we used to practice, like he used to say he didn't sound like that. Like we'd be playing pool and stuff. He'd be like, "Hey JFK, 7-ball corner pocket." I'd be like, "All right, Maki, you want a turkey sandwich?" So that's the backstory. Yeah.
That's great. I
It's
think
a
that's
good one.
awesome. It's a
Yeah,
good
yeah,
one because, like,
yeah.
sometimes like you throw little jokes here and there, and like if we're not familiar, now it's nice to have the backstory.
Yeah, man.
But yo,
Me
I
and
don't want
Mark.
to keep anybody
Yeah, go
like,
ahead.
I know you have other people coming. I don't want to keep anyone,
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
but
My
sorry, I
bad.
just wanted to say that. No, I wanted to say that because like I know other people might be waiting, so
Yeah,
I
no
don't want to
question.
like
All right, Jimmy. We'll talk to you soon then. Okay, girl?
yes. Well, thank you so much again. It was nice to see you guys. Keep
Thanks for
applying
coming up.
that. Yes, keep applying pressure because you guys are doing a great job.
Appreciate
That's
it,
all.
girl.
All
Thank you.
right. Talk to you guys
Thank
soon. Bye.
Peace
Good
and love.
night.
Peace and love. We got Unforgettable up in here. What up, Unforgettable? Sorry for keep you waiting.
What up?
Yeah,
Hi guys, how are you?
we're good. How you doing?
Good. I can't show my face today. I'm sorry, guys.
Why not?
I'm not because I'm running on. I haven't slept for 28 hours. Remember, I
Oh,
was out in Florida. I was out in Florida yesterday picking up my daughter. Remember, I told you I was gonna fly out. I was telling everybody I was gonna fly out, and I had to take 2 flights to Florida. Like so, it was from Boston to Baltimore, and then from Baltimore to Florida. Then I had to spend the night at the airport, and then take a flight from Florida to Baltimore, and then Baltimore to Boston. This has been the longest motherfucking
Oh, you
28
had
hours.
layovers, huh?
Yeah.
Yes,
What you
I've
fly?
been.
What airlines you fly?
I love Southwest. They're the
Oh,
best.
you flew the Dirty Bird.
Yes, the Dirty Bird. I love Southwest. Southwest. Yo, let me tell you something. They're nice to us, bro. They're nice to us, bro.
Yo, you ain't catching me on that Dirty Bird.
No,
Yo,
no, no,
if it ain't,
no, no.
It's got to be Delta. Number one is Delta. Number two is JetBlue. If you, that's it, man. I mean, you got to. Delta's way too is mad expensive. Delta's the best though. I like their suits. I like their pilots. I mean, I done seen the pilots on Delta go from 25,000 feet to 32,000 feet to 18. Like they dodge every bit of turbulence they can. Them pilots, like the Southwest, they're like, here's the turbulence.
Listen,
You're like, this
let
the
me tell
whole
you
ride,
something.
son.
I'm gonna tell
Like,
you something.
Think you were in a
I
UPS
listen.
plane.
fuck
I
that.
wasn't complaining. As long as I'm not flying Spirit, fuck that.
Yeah.
As long as I'm not on Spirit, yo, because I kept on looking at, listen, JFK and Kevy Kev, I was sitting at that airport, just staring out the window, looking at these Spirit fucking planes, and I'm like, bro, these planes look like they'll rip apart in the fucking air. I'm like, I was
Yeah.
waiting. So I went,
Yeah.
I went Southwest. I picked up my
God
baby
bless you.
girl. She came back home. And I'm happy she's home. She's very tired. She's knocked the fuck out. She pulled an all nighter with us too. So she's knocked out now. She showered and she's good. I'm glad my baby girl's home. So that's why I've been.
I'm happy
I
you had a
listen.
safe flight.
Yeah, thank you. Listen, I was on that
Flying's
flight
always
with the
scary.
Wi-Fi.
Flying's always scary for
I was
sure.
on there watching your midday show. I was on there like listening into it. I'm on the flight listening to you guys, and I'm like, and so I have the people in the chat laughing at me. They're like, "Are you literally on a flight?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm 39,000 feet on the show and 39,000 feet on a fucking plane right now."
Yeah, right. It's crazy how you could have the Wi-Fi now and be online
Yeah,
and
yeah, they
text
allow
people
it.
and shit. That
Yeah,
shit's
they
wild.
allow it.
Yeah, it's wild when you're texting people. You're like, I'm still in the air. They're like, all right, call me when you land. You're like, all right, I'm flying over Washington. I'll hit you up when I hit Philly.
Yeah, before you couldn't even do shit. Like
No,
you
you
up there, you
couldn't do
gotta wait
that.
till you
Yeah.
get to the fucking airport. Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, listen, you guys been doing good with this story, man. It's been amazing. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, I'm running. I haven't slept for a whole many hours, and I'm like, fuck this. I'm not missing the show.
I
I'm
appreciate that.
sacrificing sleep. No, fuck it. I'm just like, and I like being here with the chat and listening to everybody's input. Everybody has great input in the chat. I've been
Right.
noticing everybody has good questions that I can't even think of. Like I'm like, damn, that's a fucking good ass question. Spirit is the fun wop bus of the
Listen, man,
sky.
I used to take the Fung Wheezy. I took the Fung Wheezy for years, man. I had 3 cars at the time, and I still would go to South Station, park my whip, and I'd pay that 25, 45, whatever it ended up being. It started going up a little bit. I think the last time I took the Fung Wheezy, they shut it down. Now it's Lucky Star. But the Fung Wheezy, I used to take that all the time. I didn't care. I'd take that right to Chinatown, right to Canal Street, right over Williamsburg, right to Brooklyn. And I'd be in the game, kid. 5 hours on the bus chilling. I'd be on the Wi-Fi, take a nap. It was better sometimes than driving to NYC
Yeah.
because, you got to stay up. And then when I go meet up with Static and my boys, right when I walk in the studio, there's a bottle of Hennessy in my face. Like, hey, guys, what's going on? I don't know. Fucking with Terminal. That's how the Drink Champs formed. Like the Drink Champs podcast actually formed from the Show Off crew. It actually formed from Shade 45, Static Selectors radio show. The Drink Champs formed. Noriega used to come on our show and used to try to get everybody trashed. And Nori used to try to get me wrecked. And he used to he could never get me because he would try to give me Tiger Boom, try to give me. He used to I say, yo, I smoke weed at the time. He'd grab a red cup. He would take weed out of his pocket and fill the red cup up to the brim with weed and say, smoke it, light another one. Because they used to get off on getting everybody trashed. So the time you get to the venue, you're just tilted. And that was the joke. But I never felt for it. I'm like, man, I can't see myself out of control like that. So that's how the Drink Champs. As a matter of fact, we're going to be in Miami December 5th. Oh, and would you believe it? I'm going to be with the Drink Champ guys. And I'm going to be doing Trill Static 5 with Bun B, Static Selector, and whoever else pops up. Who knows? There'll be a bunch of rappers, a bunch of superstars. We'll be hanging out with MIA. We'll be having a great fucking time. J.F.K. is going to be on StreamYard. And I'm going to be streaming live on the Static Selector channel, doing what I do here over there. Would you
Nice.
believe it? So, it's going to be fun. That's going to be fun.
That's good. That's good, JFK. Keep it up, man. Listen, you guys have been doing great with this story for real. Like I've been like so invested. I ordered my book, the Margot Nash book. I got it. I took that shit on with me on the flight. I've been reading it like on and off at the airport. Like it's very interesting. It kind of gives us insight on how Eddie was as a kid. Um, because people like people were talking shit when Eddie was, when they went through the video that the day of his verdict. They're like, oh, he had no emotion. He had not this. He didn't have that. He was a kid, for God's sake. Nobody understands that. And nobody understands the fact what he saw, and what happened in that house. Like, not with him, meaning what he saw. So, like, people are not taking this into account. And I like the way Margot kind of like put us in that thought process of seeing Eddie as a child and these little things like that he did as a kid, like she would say like he'd be there playing hangman or something with the attorneys, and then she would ask him like like if he understood, and she's like, oh, I didn't even hear what he said. You know what I'm saying? So he was a kid to the max. You know what I'm saying? So like she's giving us insight. So it's a good book. So like if people haven't like bought it, they should buy it. It's kind of giving us good insight. I'm still reading up, trying to catch up to it. Obviously, I'm like bad sleep deprived. So, but you guys are doing great with this story. You guys been bringing great people, interviewing great people on here. We're listening to insights from all aspects. Artie's nowhere to be found because you pulled that on him. You're like, oh, wait a minute. You lied about this. We haven't seen him on the chat unless he's incognito or something in there.
Oh,
Or
he's
like,
listening.
I
yeah,
went
but
in about
you guys he got
4
him
or
caught
5
up. You
hours
guys got
after
him
to
caught
get
up with
the
the
kitty
question
litter
you guys
box
had,
and the
and now he doesn't know how to get himself out of that. And then Margot came here and she confirmed about the cats, and he's right now that man has no idea what to do with himself. JFK, I actually spoke to a local newspaper that's from the Merrimack Valley. One of my guys, he's a source. And later on when you get a chance, I hit you up, to kind of like give you some insight on that.
Yeah, I'm
Because
gonna check
like
that out. I seen the message. I didn't read it.
are the ones that broke the story, and you guys, can break it down more faster up to speed than I can. But I have a meeting with him next Tuesday at 5:30 because we need to bring awareness to the Merrimack Valley. That's where Artie's at right now, living his life while somebody else is doing time for him. And we need to bring awareness to everybody in the Merrimack Valley about
That's what
Eddie's
you
case.
believe. You believe Adi did this. You believe Adi killed Janet Downer.
I believe 100% Artie did this. Yo, no, it's not that I'm trying to be biased or anything like that. Like, I listen, like, I try to, like, you, when at the beginning, when you brought him up, you're like, nah, let's listen to his side. Don't be attacking him. So I push back from that, right? But when you get that gut feeling with somebody, when you hear them speaking and
What
you
if
just
he's
can
just?
hear
What if
it.
he's just lie? What if he's just a liar, but he's not a murderer?
Nah, it just does it. Listen, it just doesn't rob off that way, JFK. Like, even like I told you before, like
So you
even looking
believe
at,
everything? You believe everything Eddie said?
if I believe everything that Eddie said, yes, I do. I believe Eddie's innocent, and I believe
You
everything he
believe?
said.
No, I believe that's cool. But I'm saying you believe he got jumped, though. I always say that because that's the part that I gotta hear. I don't know about that part. That part seems kind of
Well,
bugged out to me.
it could be a possibility that he got jumped. Because look, you want to see my aspect and perspective on that about being jumped. My thought on this was that Eddie ended up going to that house, and Artie was already doing what he was doing. This is the way
So,
I see this, and this
well,
is
let
my
me just say
perspective
this.
of
Let
this
me let me
one.
just let me. I'm sorry if I'm cutting you off because I'm good for that shit. My bad. But here's the thing. Wouldn't he know Adi though?
Yeah, so that's why I'm gonna break it down to you.
Go ahead, break
So
it
I
down.
I think this is the way, and me and Timmy talk in the back of the scenes, and we've spoken about this. This is the way I see it. I feel this is the way it broke down. I feel like when Eddie ended up in that house, that shit was already happening. He walked into this shit. And I feel like Artie was chasing him out of that house, and that's how he got cut. And that's how his blood got into that house. Because he didn't have any blood, and maybe that's how he got a little splat of what's her Janet's blood on her. Right? This is the way I see it. I feel like Eddie ran out that house, and Artie chased after Eddie, and he lost his keys in the backyard. That's why he was going crazy looking for these fucking keys, because he was chasing after Eddie. But I feel like he got also threatened, right? He got threatened. I'm sure that Eddie knows who was that person. Obviously, he just didn't want to speak up in that moment because he was threatened. You know what I'm saying? This is the way I feel like this is going down,
30
to be
years
honest.
later, but why in 30 years? I mean, his mother said it was Eddie. His father said, I mean, excuse me, his father said it was Adi. His mother said it was Adi. Now, I'm not saying I'm just asking questions that the Merrimack paper will ask you. What what the newspapers will ask you. In 30 years, why doesn't he say it's Adi?
JFK, you know how it runs in the prison, bro. You know how that runs. Let's be real. Let's keep it 100. Yes,
No,
he
not
took.
for him. Not for him. I disagree with
No,
that.
no, 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 not with him, but in general, like being like
What you mean,
some
being a
people
rat?
consider it
How's
snitching.
he a rat though?
Yeah, that people be talking shit. You know how that goes.
Yeah, but what? How's he a rat though?
I don't
How's
know.
he a
That's
rat?
how you know how people see the word rat
So you
in
mean that? Wait a
different
minute.
ways.
So you mean to tell me? You mean to tell me? What this is what I'm trying to understand. You mean to tell me that if
He was probably scared too, you know?
no, I know, but I'm saying that's the answer. The answer is that you think he didn't say anything because he didn't want to be a rat.
No, I feel like he was scared too. Like, but as he got older, maybe, you know, I don't know. I don't, this is my thought, allegedly. Like, I'm just thinking this in the back of my
That
mind. I'm
would
seeing
not
all
be considered a
possibilities.
rat. See, that's where everybody's wrong. That would not be considered being a rat. That's where you're wrong. You guys are dead wrong about that. I'll argue with you to blue in the face. Because Eddie was 15 years old and was an altar boy. He wasn't 15 years old carrying 245s. He wasn't 15 years old stealing cars. He wasn't 15 years old running the streets. He was 15 years old. His grandfather was the chief of police. Right? So I mean, he didn't have a chance to become what he was going to become. So technically, he's a person who got set up for a crime and he's a citizen. He didn't break any laws. So technically, I know 30 years went by and unfortunately he got to adapt to his surroundings and now he's a convict or should I say inmate at this point. You know what I'm saying? He's still an inmate. A convict would be when you get out. But the point is obviously he's not going to fuck around with the politics while he's inside there, but technically if he said it was Adi, even to this day, I mean, he got no criminal record other than this.
No, I totally
There's
understand
not
that.
the only entry that dude has on his record is this.
And I totally get it. But you know what? At the end of the day, like we have like stupid people that what think some people think rat is a way and ratting
And
is
he's in
another way.
Gardner. And he's in Gardner. He's surrounded by a bunch of rats up there.
Mm.
You
I
know, I'm
believe
just
it. I
saying
think he
that
was scared.
Gardner fucking has a bunch of. I mean, I'm just saying, man. I mean, I'm not saying that that's. I don't think that's what we should hang our hat on. You know, maybe at the time. I mean, honestly, I don't think that's what it is. I think time just passed. I think time just went by so fucking fast that they couldn't get the word out.
You
And I
see
think
that
that
cut that he had in his hand is for like look at Christina. I was thinking the same thing with Jimmy. I was like, yo, I bet he got cut from like a defensive wound, like from the person that killed Janet. I don't know. I
yeah, but
feel like
then
he
you
was
say, but then you say that, but keep in mind, Eddie was a neighbor of his. I mean, excuse me, Adi was a neighbor. And listen, be clear, disclaimer. I don't want people. I've been down this road with Karen Reed. I'm not. Listen, anybody who thinks Eddie is innocent, that's great. All I'm doing is saying what other people will say that's against Eddie, and what the court of law will say. They'll say, okay, all right, you knew who Adi was, right? Yeah, you knew him. So why didn't you just ever say it was him? Your mother said it was him. Your dad said it was him. Why didn't you ever say it was him? And here's the point. Did he ever get a chance to say it was him? I think he never even had a chance. That's my input. Not because I think saying because he didn't want to be a rat would be the wrong thing to say. I think that would make him look more as a criminal. I think the right thing to say, hey, I didn't even get a fucking chance to say it yet. That's what I think. That's my opinion.
I get it.
You
I
know,
get it, you know.
but
And
yeah.
he was a kid. I feel like he was scared then. And I feel like as he grew up and he got adjusted and used to the system and the way prison runs, you know what I'm saying? Like he wanted people to do justice for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because like you don't want to look like a rat. I'm just gonna keep it real. Some people, even if you want to see that way, this is the way I feel. Like some people consider even the little minorest thing being a rat. Like people
90,
say
wait a minute,
anything.
90 times. Hold on. I'm gonna argue with you. You picked a.
We're gonna argue, JFK.
Yeah. I'm gonna argue that point. Like that. Honestly, I wouldn't. I'm telling you right now, as a person who's covering this case, don't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. If you start getting pushback with that, I don't think that's the right way to approach it. Me personally, I don't think you should say, right. This is just my opinion. Well, he doesn't want to be a rat. Well, technically, his dad's a great man. His grandfather was the chief of police. Chances are Eddie was going to become a cop, right? Chances are, right? I mean, his father even said it here. He loved he loved the police, right? So maybe he just believed in the system. He thought that, it was all going to figure its way out. And then 30 years go by, and here he is, like, dude, I'm in the fucking time machine. I think that's more the way to explain it versus saying he didn't want to rat Adi out. Wait a minute. The dude, so you mean to tell me the guy went in there and stabbed the woman 90 times? I mean, yo, I beg to differ, man. If someone does some brutality like that, that's psycho shit. That motherfucker deserves to be locked up. 90 times stabbing a woman? Nah.
I don't mean when he was
That's
15,
skin
he didn't
beef
want to
shit.
rap.
Well, I don't
didn't
care
mean
who
when he
did
was
it. Honestly, I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't give a fuck if my man did that shit who just came home from the feds. And you want to call me a rat and say, hey, JFK, you're going to say your man stabbed that person based on what we know, stabbing a bra and shaking her 90 fucking times overkill? Man, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Call me what you want. Fuck you.
I get it. I
You know
don't
what I'm
think at
saying?
the age of 15 he saw it like that. I think he was just scared.
90 times, man. That's that's rape, man. That's like, what's the difference between him poking him with with his pee-pee versus poking him with the knife? That's some sadistic shit, man. That may as well should be a rape case.
That was brutal. What happened to Janet? That was disgusting. It
I
was
don't know. I don't
definitely
agree with that shit. He should be with the Skinners. Whoever did that shit should be with the fucking rapists, hanging on in PC with them. And obviously Eddie's not, because people don't believe it. But if
Yeah, they
Adi
respect him.
is the guy that did it, he deserves to be in population? Nah, fuck no. That motherfucker needs to be PC'd up, man, with the rest of the fucking weirdos. That's weirdo shit. That's weirdo shit. That's not no, I punched her in the face, she fell and bumped her head and whatever, and I'm not even justifying that. I'm just saying, like, it's not like an accident, it's some straight hatred, so I don't know.
I
That's
believe
my take
it.
on it.
It is straight hatred, and to see, it's crazy. Somebody made a point the other day on the chat that caught my attention. They said that her bra was stabbed, but yet no stab wounds on the breast. I'm like, damn, what the hell did they did? They took off her bra, stabbed it, and then put it back on. Like,
Right
what the
when, yeah,
fuck?
that's the point. Right when he took off the bra, that's a skin beef to me. Right when that bra comes off, you're a skinner.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
like regardless, like you know what I'm saying, like that's personal. Maybe he didn't get a chance to rape her. Maybe he was about to do that next, and fucking Eddie
Mhm.
broke it up. Who knows what he
Exactly.
was
He
gonna
walked
do
in on
next?
time. Yeah, he probably walked in on time and shit.
I'm just saying,
They
man.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. I just have I think about, I'm just trying to see every aspect of this. This is me, like, disclaimer. I gotta say, I'm not trying to say that that's what happened. I just think about certain things. Me and Chimmy be talking. We kind of like conversate different, we have different scenarios and just perspectives.
Nah, I hear you. I just don't think that, on the level of life, man, to the casual fan, to even explain what ratting is. Like, oh well, he didn't do it because he didn't want to be a snitch. Well, I mean, I don't think that shit applies to this case, man. I just don't. And I just explained why, but I just don't think it does, man. Being 15 locked up for a guy who basically was Jason Voorhees or whoever did that shit, regardless, that's not right. You know what I mean? That's
It could
different
have
than
been
putting.
trauma too. It could have been he was traumatized. He couldn't speak up. That's traumatic for a 15-year-old to like
Yeah.
see something like that. That's crazy ass
Maybe he
shit.
didn't have a chance. Maybe he believed in his lawyers. Maybe they believed in this team of lawyers, man. They were doing all the talking. He's 15. His father tells him to be quiet. Don't worry, Eddie. The lawyers are going to get you out of it. And next thing you know, he's 17 in Walpole. Now he's got a new dad, like, so to speak. He's got new family in there, man. You know what I mean? He's got to make friends fast in there. You know what I mean? And it's like, and then you're already convicted. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to say? You're going to come out 2 years later and say Adi did it on an interview? Like, without no evidence. Nah, them dudes in there holding him down that heard the story told him straight up. I can
Yeah,
assure you,
everybody
them
posted on that.
them OGs in jail told him, listen, you got to put in at least a 15 piece to talk about your appeal. You got to put in time, unfortunately. So when you go to do your appeal, it lands a little softer. You can't just come out the gate after 2 years. I didn't do it. That's how you're going to get killed in the media. You got to wait. Like, this is the time. 30 years is enough time to say, people, hey, what do you got to lose? You got 30 years in. Let's look at it. I think it was done strategically. And I think that's the way, he learned that from the jump. And there's a lot of people I know that got mad time in. That's like, I'm not going to put this motion in until I got this much time in, because it's just a way you gotta be strategic. You gotta have a rollout plan when it comes to this law shit. But what do I know?
Yeah, I agree. You got to put in the time and the work, and
I
so that
think.
way. Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I think that some people are thinking that Adi's in the chat under Abrosi 111.
It's probably one of his friends.
I wouldn't doubt it. He's all up in every chat, every Facebook page that talks about it. He's everywhere. He's on Reddit. I saw him on Reddit. I was like, Jesus Christ. On Reddit, he was arguing with people. I couldn't believe that shit.
Abrosi got comments. What's the comment, Abrosi? Go ahead, drop the comments. Abrosi 11. Hold on. How do we know Adi didn't arrive before some of the first responders and he got blocked in that way?
There's a few more further up.
I mean, okay,
further back.
So now you're saying he was blocked in. He said he wasn't blocked in. In Adi's words, he wasn't blocked in. I was just highlighting how we take a word of a teenage girl who first said Adi was calm, cool, and collected and switch that up. Where are these pictures of the cab parked on the scene? I don't know. You got them. Hit up 10 Daniels. Tell him to pull the tape from when they were on the scene right when it happened. We'll see the cab. Because he said he was parked right at the stop sign, right? So if they pan that camera the night of that shit going down and you don't see a cab by that stop sign, that means it was parked all the way down to where allegedly he came out the bushes. Now ask yourself the question, how did he get all the way down that street?
Is this person referring to Danny? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, he's referring to Danny.
Girl.
But listen, I'm gonna bring the next person up. Unforgettable. Get some
Alright,
sleep.
you guys have a good night. Yeah, I'll try to go get rest. You guys have a good night, and keep on the good work, guys.
Peace and love, girl. Peace.
Same.
Peace.
Unforgettable, ladies and gentlemen, and we got Rachel. What up, Rachel?
Hello, guys.
I'm sorry that we kept you waiting. What's
No, it's
happening?
good.
What you want to speak about?
No, I think this. I'm so happy this case is being talked about. It's crazy learning it from you guys, and no, I have a lot of thoughts. I think something that really stuck with me was the interview with Eddie's dad, and he had mentioned that I think it was a football coach or something was trying to recruit him to play, and Eddie told his dad, he's like, I'm gonna hurt these kids. Like, I don't want to, you know what I mean? He's like, I'm gonna tackle these kids and I'm gonna like physically like badly hurt them, and that is just not. That is not a, he
And again,
didn't.
what? Oh, you mean Eddie said little Ed didn't want to hurt the kids and
Right,
tackle football? Right.
right. And this murder, this is someone who was, I mean, this was personal. This was personal. It was anger. It was rage. It was, I mean, no 15-year-old kid can hide that type of rage. And from the sounds of like his parents, they seemed very like attuned to their kids and seemed like they, you know what I mean, were like involved. And you don't hide that type of rage, especially if your parents are like
Why do you
they're
say that?
around.
What do you do for a living? How do you know that? You have kids or what?
No, so I know that because my kid's dad, this is a whole other point. He was also in a DYS situation when he was he's had lots of um charges, but he was charged at 17, and he was in actually one of like the first like DOIS schools. It was called Glen Mills,
Mm.
and there's actually a whole class action lawsuit because of the
In Massachusetts?
no, in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it was like the first of its kind where, that kind of like situation. And yeah,
Right.
he got beat bad
Reform
when
school
he was
shit.
there. And yeah, there was a whole like action lawsuit going on with that place because of how many kids were just beaten. Which is another testament to Eddie for, being in one of those type of places and potentially, you know what I mean? Like not getting caught up in that life because it is a life. Because when my ex, my kid's dad, when he was like in and out, I mean, as soon as he's in that life and he's just like right back at it. And it's a culture. Um, yeah.
Can I just stop you for 1 second? I just want to answer Rocco real quick. On the inside, when they pull up your paperwork and they see you told it don't matter, once you tell, they don't want you on the yard. I understand all that. We get all that, right? But honestly, Eddie shouldn't be on the yard anyway. Technically, he shouldn't even be on the yard as it is. If with that type of charge, he shouldn't be on the fucking yard. Period. You know what I mean? Nah, he shouldn't be on the yard, but he is because people believe that he's innocent. So therefore, if and I think maybe the timing of him, obviously him saying it was Adi in 2003 or 2010 in 2015, it wasn't the right time. But I think now, as it goes along, this is my opinion. Like I said, this is just me. This is keep in mind, this is live streaming. I'm spitballing. I might change my mind tomorrow. Would you believe that I might change my fucking mind tomorrow? That's a possibility. But the point is where I'm at now with it, as this goes further, if we start putting the heat on things, maybe it's time for Eddie in the inside to turn up the heat too and explain exactly what happened in that house that night. Maybe that's an option. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't do it. Maybe he does, because that's going to be the elephant in the room, right? That's my opinion. But like I said, at this point, he wasn't supposed to be on the yard to begin with, and that's a fact. Yeah, go ahead, sweetheart. Sorry, Rachel.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, no, the point is like you can't hide the anger. Like my kid's father, he had a very just unfortunate childhood. His, mom basically just didn't want to deal with him and she would send him to, foster care because she just didn't want to deal with it. And so he was in and out of the system and, he got a lot of resentment. He ended up, you know, uh getting a lot of rage and anger and he was angry at the world. He was mad that he didn't, you know what I mean? So anyway, my point is you that type of crime, what happened to her, no, if he did that, you would know. I mean, his parents, they seem so attuned to their kids and they were um they were
They,
parents, they were there.
let
They
me
would
ask you
see
this:
that.
Do you think their parents don't care? They'd rather have their kid than have Janet's killer brought to justice. Like if that was the case, do they just not believe that Eddie did it and they don't care? Do you think that
Mm,
that could be it too, or you don't see that?
I don't see that only because of the type of crime and how intense and personal it was. You know what I mean? This isn't like a kid just, shot someone. That's, you know what I mean? Like this was intense.
Exactly.
This is, you know what I mean? Like that, this is another level of crazy.
We got one of our mods up in here tonight. What up? Making changes.
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing?
What's up, man? Happy that you're hanging out tonight, my brother.
Yeah, me too. I was trying to get in. I can't figure it out.
That's all right. You're here now. I'm just gonna, Rachel, go ahead. Keep speaking what you want to say.
And no, I also agree with you about the whole rat thing. I don't think he wasn't saying Artie's name because he was afraid of being called a rat. I definitely agree with you there. I know a little bit about that culture too, and yeah, that's not he
Well,
would
I mean,
not be
how can you
considered a
call?
rat.
Well, technically, a rat, right, is somebody who's in the game of crime, right? And then rats then turns into
Right, so then you
you know
would
what I mean?
also have to call Karen Reed a rat because she would, they were trying to say that Higgins did this, but
Right.
no
Yeah,
one
so
was calling
she's a
her a
rat.
rat.
Yeah, because he's a
Right.
cop. Because he's a cop.
Right. Right.
Because they're cops. But if they weren't cops, would she be a rat? It's funny because Sean McDonough, you remember Sean, our boy Sean, right? Do you remember Sean?
Yeah.
Like Sean, people used to get mad at Sean. I said, how can you get mad at Sean? He's a cop. That's what cops do. They rat. Like that. I mean, they're not rats because they're cops. You can't call a cop a rat. You know what I mean? They're fucking cops. That's what they do. People were like, Sean's a rat. Is he? He's a fucking DEA agent. That's what he did for years. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. Like, it's just like I don't think now I understand though. Like I think as time went by with Eddie, to put more context to it, I don't think it would make sense in '05, 10 years after it went down to say, hey, this guy Adi did. I'm sure everybody in there already knows Adi did it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's where
Like the
the
dudes on
problem
the inside.
is. I think Eddie probably was this is the other thing you have to think about. He didn't have I mean, let's be honest, he didn't have a lawyer, right? I
No.
mean,
His
exactly.
lawyer went
So,
to
and
prison. His lawyer went to prison. Let's be clear too. I'm glad that you brought that up. His lawyer went to prison 4 years later.
right.
His
So
lawyer went to
that's the other
jail.
thing is when you have a lawyer, that is someone who is supposed to speak for you so that you don't have to speak because you have the right to not speak. So that is what your lawyer is for, to speak for you. And his lawyer didn't do that.
Right. You're right.
So it's possible that Eddie was saying, like, look, we know who did this, get that out there. And his lawyer was not doing that for him. And what is Eddie supposed to do? You know what I mean? Now he's
Time
going to
just went
represent himself?
by. I think
Right.
time just went by. I think like
Well,
he
I think
woke up
that's
and he
another
was
thing. I think he's
45.
also not speaking up on it because I think it all has to do with his appeal. And I think he doesn't want to. I mean, look how Artie's behavior's been over the years. He can't stop meddling. He can't stop speaking. I think they want him to continue to speak. I think they want him to
Well,
continue to meddle.
on the contrary, the word that I got today, his lawyers wasn't happy what we were doing at first. His lawyers said we don't like what them guys are doing on the channel. And now, would you believe they love what we're doing? At first, Kev, where you at, Kev? At first, their lawyers were upset, saying, "Why are these guys doing what they're doing? They're tripping out. We don't like these guys. It's not a good look." And now they realize the process and realize, they didn't judge. I always say, don't judge us on one stream. Just like don't judge us on pot 16 tonight because pot
Right.
17 might be better. Every stream is better than the other, but now they realize the process of it, and now would you believe they might have new evidence? Oh, would you fucking believe it?
Yeah, we're breaking shit down, you know?
So, Rachel, you want to say anything closing to the chat? What do you go by in the chat, Rachel? That's it?
Rachel Ann is usually, I think, what it pops up as. I don't know how
And you from Philly?
I'm from, not from, you asked me this question before. I'm originally from the Bay Area and I moved myself out to Pennsylvania when I was 19.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
Nice.
So where you at right now? You think Adi did it?
I do think Artie did it. I am still a little confused about Paul Jr. and that whole situation. I would be curious to know what their relationship was like Paul and Artie. But yeah, I think Artie is meddling too much into this, and for someone to not in the beginning to ask questions just immediately, it's Eddie. I mean, you got to ask yourself why, why does he want to pin it on him so bad and not be one to? He'd look less sketch if he were asking questions himself.
Good point.
That's a great point, Rachel. Rachel, you got a lot of knowledge, and I welcome you back anytime, sweetheart.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Rachel. We'll
Thank
talk to you
you.
soon, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, peace and love, girl. Great guest. Great guest. A lot of knowledge. Let me bring up who we got. No, that's it, right? Oh no, Renee. We got Renee. Renee, what up?
Hey, what's going on?
I don't know. We got honey buns and we got ramen noodles. What do you want? You want noodles? You want honey buns?
I made cinnamon rolls, so
You made
I'll
cinnamon
take
rolls, do
I'll
you?
take the other one.
Nice, nice.
Hey,
What's
Kevin
happening,
Kev.
Renee?
Hey, J.F.K.
Hello.
Nothing. I had all my questions about Artie, and then you had to start talking about Marky Mark, and then I went to the Calvin Klein underwear, and it's been in my head.
Oh goddamn. Goddamn. You wrong.
Yeah,
I
I
know.
got some of them.
Who has some of them?
I do. Mark signed them for me. I got them.
You wrong.
Oh goddamn, dude.
You need to put that on eBay.
Hold on a minute. He's chipping out. He got signed.
Disclaimer, why you always get me in trouble?
Dave is in the chat making changes, just bugging the fuck out. Let's go.
Goddamn.
Goddamn, making changes. Disclaimer.
Yeah, I tried to get them. I wanted some municipal sneakers. My sister told me how to pay for them. Are we backstage still?
I can still hear.
Yeah, I can't hear them though. They've just left us.
No, you're live.
Okay.
It was all about your
You're live, brother.
underwear. It was about what you possessed.
It was all about.
Oh no, we got a disclaimer.
You have it in possession.
Yeah, I even got a poster on my wall where he's wearing them in his pants.
What the fuck out of here? God damn, Patrick.
From the concert, yeah.
What? God damn, son.
He wouldn't give me
sign it. Where did he sign it?
Oh, you know where he signed that.
Yeah.
You know where he signed.
What?
You know where he signed that, man. Come on.
God damn.
God damn. We got turbulence in the chat.
So, well, she brought up the underwear. What was she thinking about the underwear?
That's my man crush. I'm allowed to think about his underwear.
Damn, yo, you lied.
Wait till you get to know his sneaky ass. His wife when they got the new house.
Patrick thinks he's backstage and shit.
When his wife got that new house, she said she was putting in bunk beds so Ralphie and the rest of the crew wouldn't stay there anymore.
Oh yeah,
Patrick,
yeah.
you
know my
don't have to
cousin
throw his
Ralph.
wife at me. She don't matter. I just like to look.
Yeah, matter of fact, he got married on the set of the movie. But when we were doing the fight in Lowell, I remember he flew out and married his girl. He got married when we were doing the fighter. Yeah, I actually was in a scene in the fighter. Ralphie was in 3 scenes in the fighter. He's in it. He's in 3 scenes. Yeah, he's in 3 scenes. He's playing. He plays when they're at the bar and he's getting beat up. Bo plays the cop. Bo, we call Bo Superman. You know Bo, the one that holds the mitts. He was in Southie. Bo's always running with Mark. So Superman, Bo plays the cop and he beats Mark up, and Ralphie is running out, breaking the fight up. And then in the boxing gym, Ralphie's punching the bag in the background while they're talking. Him and his father's talking. So yeah, he played 3 different roles. So he got 3 vouchers on that. So Mark cooked them up.
I've seen them all.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he got 3 vouchers. Ralphie got 3 vouchers on that movie. That way he could sign up for SAG. You got to have 3 vouchers and $2,500, and then you could sign up for SAG. I know that's how it was back in 09. I don't know what it's like now. But yeah. So what's up, Renee? Talk to us. How you feeling?
Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to thank you guys and everyone in chat. They've been sending a lot of love since I was in ICU and since I've been home. So I just want to say thanks. That's an awesome community they pull together. I did have a little episode this evening, and I did have to go get some blood that my sons left at the hospital for me. I was running low. But
well, what condition you have?
I have Crohn's disease.
Oh, do you? Okay, God bless you, girl.
Thank you. And I was in ICU. I had 3 surgeries.
You was in? Oh, wait a minute. This is Renee.
Yeah.
That was in ICU.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Yo, wait. I gotta take it all the way up to 39,000. Hold on. We got Renee from ICU up in here.
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome, man. I am so. Hold on a minute. Hold on. We got Renee. She's back from ICU. Oh, god damn, it feels so good tonight. Let's go, people.
How you feeling? But everyone's up in here, Frank. Yeah, that's gotta be tough.
It is.
They can't blind your vision, cover these clear mornings. Days fly by, let's make another year for it. Struggling and stressing, brother, but you here for it. Life sends you in a tailspin without no real warning.
Something like that. It sounds really good.
So Renee, where were you in ICU? What hospital?
In Florida.
Oh, you was in Florida. So
Yeah,
what was
that's where
that
I'm
like?
from.
Why were you in ICU? Your white blood cells or something? Like what makes you go to ICU with that condition you have? I'm just curious, if you don't mind
You
me
have
asking.
no, not at all. November is Crohn's Awareness Month, so just
Awesome.
throw out there your purple hearts.
Awesome. Throw them purple hearts up for sure.
Epilepsy too.
I have
And National Donut Day.
we all have about 23 to 30 feet of intestines, and they think that I've had it since I was a child, but I wasn't diagnosed until 2007, so mine were pretty screwed up.
Wow.
And recently, why I was in there was because I had a blockage, and they had to remove a few feet, and I have staples, stitches all in my stomach, and lost a lot of blood. They called my boys in because they have the same blood type. So today I had to go get more of that because I was running low, and it's just been a long haul. Yeah.
Oh, that's why. That's
Renee,
why.
I am so happy that you are here tonight on November 19, 2025, fresh out of ICU. You might be stapled up. You might be a little tired. You might have been scared, but you are here. God got your back, girl. God bless
right.
you.
I know, right?
You're here rocking with us.
Could be anywhere else right now.
I had your show on my iPad while I was in ICU, and then I would put it up on the TV. So when the nurses and my doctors came in, they would sit and watch and chat with me for a while and hang out.
And they would see our crazy asses. The doctors would see
you gave
us.
them a shout out a few times.
They must have been dying with the accents.
Oh man,
they were.
Seen
But
Kevy
I'm
dancing?
from there too, so they saw Kevy dancing. They saw
God
J.F.K. get a little aggravated and frustrated.
Oh,
Go to
yeah.
the Marky Mark voice.
Oh yeah, get a little frustrated sometimes. I'm just a human. I mean, you got making changes. You know, he wants me to sign my underwear. You know, the guy's crazy.
So for my get well gift, I want those signed underwear.
Let me be clear though, it was fresh out the package. All right.
Yeah, it was fresh out. Yo, what package are you talking about, sir?
God
Calm the fuck
I thought
down.
the package came with it.
That's
Didn't
between
the
me,
package come with
Mark,
it?
and the dude that was with me.
Oh shit!
Yo, you know they tried one thing when he moved to Braintree. They try to they called the police down on us, right? Because we were dunking on his basketball hoop off a cop, and the neighbors called the police and said that we were destroying the neighborhood. It was
I'd
his
have to
own
come
house.
back
It was
home
his
and
mom's
hang
house.
out. I'd have to come back home and hang out.
So you're from where? You from originally?
New
Renee?
Bedford.
Oh, you're from New Bedford. Okay.
Yeah, New Bedford.
So how long did the doctor say you got to be on the mend for, like with the staples and all that stuff?
I went in and had all the bandages removed a couple days ago, and it wasn't healed enough yet, so I got wrapped back up.
Oh.
So probably another. It looks good, I think, but they're saying maybe another 2 weeks.
You sound great. You sound good.
Yeah, you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Renee,
Appreciate that.
I'm so happy to hear that you're here with us. I definitely, anytime when I seen you in ICU, I just was like, you know, I know what it's like in them hospitals, and I think we all take that for granted because, you know, you go to the hospital, you might never leave, you know, and that's just the fucking reality, right? Especially if you have a real serious situation going on, you know.
Before my feet hit the ground in the morning in my bed, I thank God for another day. Even before I touch my feet down, when I wake up, that's what I say.
That's
you.
awesome. And that's the baseline right there. You know, you're going through this right here, it gives you a different perspective. When you're walking through Target, you just love it, right? You're like, I'm in Target. What a great day. Yippee. Like everything's just good when you know how bad it can be. And I think a lot of people take that for granted. They didn't have no bad in their life, you know, and you know, you gotta sometimes you gotta have them bumps in the road to give you perspective. Not maybe ICU, but you know, it's definitely eye opening. You know, I'm a colon cancer survivor. You know, I always speak on that, and you know, I know
Oh,
what it's
bless
like to.
you.
I always know what it's like to, you know, and making changes. He's you know, you have epilepsy, and you know, and it's like you just never know. You know what I mean? Where just one day you get the call, and you know, and your blood work ain't right, or something ain't going right, and it's like everything else doesn't matter. Nothing
That's why
matters but that.
I got really pissed at Proctor when he was calling Karen Reed all those names. It like if I
Uh-huh.
could have just reached through the fucking TV and grabbed his neck, I would have.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
He had
he
some
put
really
that karma.
nasty shit out there.
Yeah, he put that karma on his back though, because he's gonna fuck around and end up something bad's gonna end up happening to him. And I don't mean physically by somebody, I mean like by health wise, because you can't put that karma out there. Like if you got no compassion for people and you say wild shit like that, call people retarded and call people balloon knots and all these crazy, you say things like that. Go ahead, keep playing with them words, man. Them words go in the universe and they bounce off things and they end up back on your neck. Trust and
The
believe that.
tongue is mightier than a sword. That shit will bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
For sure. So the segue off that, you've been hearing you've been in tuned, you've been listening to this case.
I've seen every episode.
What are we
Everyone.
doing here? What are we feeling? We feel Eddie guilty. We feel he's not guilty. How you feeling about it, Renee?
My one question, I'm not how many wives has he had actually? Like who was his wife during the trial and how many has he had since?
Who, Adi?
Yes.
I think he
Because
had
that's
three
kind of where
wives.
I'm leaning.
He had
Really?
he had three.
Have
He had
any of
three.
them been questioned?
I well, Carol's is
I know you haven't, I know you don't have the trial, but
How'd he get three wives? I'm lucky I got my
that's what
one
I'm
wife.
thinking. That was like a
well
pretty
he's
funky looking dude.
He's a little pipsqueak. Yeah, man. Shit. I'm lucky I got my one wife, for Christ's sake.
right.
And I'm a little shorter than he is. Jesus Christ, man.
God damn.
I
And
mean I don't.
then
Why you're thinking that it could be a woman? Why you think that?
who, me?
You said you think you're leaning towards a woman. You said.
No, Artie. I was leaning towards Artie.
Oh, so you're leaning
Like,
towards Artie. Okay.
and was like any of his blood or fingerprints or belongings found in the home or by the victim? Did he have any, like some of the things I've been thinking about, did he
Well,
have any
he said he
unexplained
went in the house to
injuries?
get. He said he went in the house to get a cat. I don't
Yeah,
know. Was
we
Well,
his
know about
cat
that's
in
you
there?
that.
know that's a good point that you bring up about how many wives, and too bad not they haven't been talked to, because you'd know if I
Right.
if
They
Adi
would
had
know
like a
him.
temper or he was explosive at
Exactly.
certain points, and
Well, Carol would tell
Exactly.
us, but Carol's Janet's sister.
Like, was his clothing, was his cab, was his personal property tested for blood? Was there a legitimate explanation for his blood samples and the crime scene samples?
Well,
Why did he cross
they
the
didn't run
police
it.
tape?
His blood did get tested. They tested his blood, but they didn't test underneath the fingernails. They stopped. Riley put a stop as soon as they found out that the blood underneath the fingernails did not match Eddie. Riley told the people over there the DNA. What was it called? Cellbrite or something? What was it called? Cellbrite. I'm saying Cellbrite like the. Karen read it out. It was Cell something. I forget. Cellmark. He told the people over there to stop testing everything.
Hmm.
And he never wanted to have any additional tests because he didn't want to find out it was somebody else, because politics as usual in Massachusetts. Keep in mind, he wanted to change the juvenile law, and this was the guy for the job.
Right. Did
So
he
that's
have keys into Janet's house, into the Downing house?
well, that's what she said. That's what Janet
yep,
said. Janet said he never gave back
he
the
never
keys.
returned his key. Yep.
Hmm. And did like people in the hood like fear him? I know that he got high with a lot of kids, which is sick, but
Well, Danny said he did. He kind of had like a way about him, but that was the only one. And we haven't talked to a couple of people who don't want to talk. I mean, the kid Marco don't want to talk. We try to reach out to Erin. She blocked Brilliant. She blocked him.
oh
Erin
wow.
Downing. Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the kids now, they're watching. They already got the word there's a channel. I mean, why wouldn't they watch? And they're probably watching right now, and that's why I always try to think about them. To not be not be too kind of just keep an open mind in all angles. But what they gotta do is listen to the part where Adi lied about the cat. Your mother didn't have a cat. Can
Right.
unless they come out and tell us there was a cat in the house. Now, if they turn around, what happens? What happens? And Adi knows there was no cat in the house because he said that he lied about the cat.
Don't get Kevin frustrated. Don't get Kevy Kev frustrated talking about the
Yeah,
cats.
yeah. Kevy Kev goes crazy about the cat. Kevy Kev calls me up and all he talks about is cats.
Deep down under, Kev loves cats.
I got
I
cats.
I
I got two Maine Coons.
I
You got a
think the
couple of Maine
lead was
Coons?
hiding under the cat shit bag.
That's
I
what I
mean,
was trying to say. To get rid, if anyone sniffed in there, that 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 bag full of stuff, that bag full of cat shit would have thrown off a little bit of a scent.
Does
I don't know if
anyone
that's
know if
true. But
does anyone know if Artie had motive? Did he
yeah,
have any motive to do it?
if he got booted out the house and he's pissed that she's ruining his hustle
Yeah.
and he's
Mm,
putting pressure on his marriage, like the
mm-hmm.
sister, and that's the thing. Like we got to talk to Carol. Like, is Carol
That's his
she could
first
shut
wife.
up. Well, that's Janet's sister. That's the one that was.
Janet's sister, that's right.
I don't know if that's his first wife. It's possible. I would assume that it is his first wife
yeah, he was really
because
young.
yeah, he was 30. So I assume, but he could have had one before that, right? I don't know. I don't
I mean,
know.
I
I
don't
think
want
he.
to. I want to keep an open mind like you. I want to play like devil's advocate and ask questions and benefit of the doubt shit. But I just tend to be leaning towards that way. I don't think Eddie did it. I don't.
So who do
No,
you
I
think
don't.
did
I
it?
don't believe he did.
Artie. And I know y'all
Okay,
say Addie, but I say
Adi.
Artie.
Right.
Mhm.
Well,
What
yeah, I
about
could
you?
dig
Where are
it.
you standing?
Well, I just want to know about why he lied about the cats. I mean, we heard what he said. He said there was he said that he was 30 years. There was nobody's platforming this shit. Let's be clear. Nobody's platforming this. He went
Kelly
on
Hill
big
agreed.
big shout out to True Crime Garage because they platformed it. But they
And
weren't
y'all are too.
well, no, they
Y'all are.
did, and we spoke on it exactly. That's what I'm saying. They did back in 2017, but they did it before the parole hearing, so it didn't have the same luster that it has now. Then when I started talking about it, I said, "Hey, let me Google some stuff." And Piece the True Crime Garage. They did a great job. And actually, we got to bring them up. Bring them up next. Maybe we'll have Jay Brilliant if you're listening. Get a hold of them guys at True Crime Garage, and maybe we could do a show with them, and we could compare our Audi interview to their Audi interview, or what they felt, or what because they edited theirs. There might be some stuff on the cutting room floor they didn't put out.
Right.
Ours is live, so we didn't edit shit. Whatever went goes, right? But theirs was, pre-recorded, so I'm sure they might have edited some fat off it. Um, so we never know. There could be some retracted stuff that we might need to hear. You just never know. Would you believe it? But the point is, no one platformed it. So here comes Adi, right? He did it in 2017, and he had the advantage because he knew that the parole they had just passed the law in 2013 that he could get the parole, but he kept waiving the parole at that point. 2014 comes around, he waives the parole. 2015 comes around, he waives the parole. 2016 comes around, he waives the parole. 2017 comes around, he waives the parole. Adi's loving this. Adi's loving the fact that he's waiving the parole, and maybe he thought in his mind that him being so vocal on social media, he was winning the fight. But little did he know Eddie O'Brien was training and he was figuring things out, and he knew he only had one shot. He knew that he had to get this right. He knew he had to get all his ducks in order. And then here we come. And 2024, he has the parole hearing. Adi shows up to that. He's in the window looking all crazy and weird, shooting informants, not drugs, tells us he was the awkward bird, man, just looking at things funny and just being a weirdo, just people watching. Um, And then here we come. And so now he gets on this platform thinking that he could do the same thing, thinking that he could just say whatever he says and we're going to believe what he says. But little did he know that we stream every night. Little did he know our chat is live. Little does he know our long gamers will inbox us with every piece of evidence that is in this case. I'm talking about top to bottom. I'm talking about lawyers, FBI agents, mothers, uh, whatever it is, man. We got Patrick hitting us up with stuff. It doesn't matter. Street dudes, everybody gets involved, and we get down to the bottom of shit on this channel. And I don't think he was ready for that. So the point is, he said a lie and he got caught. And you think in 30 years, Rachel made a great point, who was just on here earlier. She said, you think he would be questioning shit at this point, if he didn't do it. Like, damn, you're right. The DNA on her left hand and the right hand's not Eddie's. Fuck it, run the DNA. I'm curious to see whose it is too. But
Exactly.
he's not.
Science don't lie.
But he's not saying that, is he? He's saying Eddie did it. Why do you care if Eddie did it or didn't do it at this point? It's 30 years later. 30 years later, you went on. You're in your 60s. You're in your sixth level of life. Janet's gone. Eddie's been down for 30 years. So technically, even if they let him go tomorrow, that's people's opinions, whether they think he did his time or he didn't do his time. That's up to the person or whatever, how they look at that. But technically, if he came home after 30 years, he did his time, he paid his debt, right? Because if he got tried as a juvenile, he would be home right now. So if he would have got tried as a juvenile in 1995, he would be home right now.
What are you crazy?
You
Didn't
Sorry, man.
Nan offer to pay for his DNA to be ran?
Yeah, she
and
did.
He probably said no.
No, he
That's
said
messed
no.
up.
Then he said yeah. He put, he knows what he's doing. He knows. He said yeah. He said no. Obviously, he's not. If right now, based on the lie that he's caught in about, think about it. Margot Nash, 40 years in law. This woman could be a judge. This woman could sit on the bench, right? That's how much knowledge this woman has, right? She could shut shit down. She, in 30 years, never heard a word about a cat. And 30 years later, he gets on a platform and talks about a cat. And then she
Why was he
says,
tripping to y'all about the cats? Why was he trying to make y'all run with it? I don't get that.
because basically, it's like
he knew we were gonna find the fur. He knew we were gonna.
No. I have to
I'm
disagree
telling
with
you.
that. I don't think it was that. I don't think it was us finding the fur. I think that I have to disagree with that. You know what? And I'm not trying to shut you down, Kevy.
He's still
Maybe
lying.
listen what I'm saying. I'm not trying to shut you down, Kevy. I appreciate your input, but I'll agree to disagree. Possibly, Kevy's input is, he's the co-host. He can say what he wants, and and I love his input. But I would have to disagree with that. I think that, my opinion, I think that it's like I'm trying to parallel it the right way. I think that the way he views this is that parole hearing was last year, and he heard the way Eddie's coming. Eddie let him know, put him on notice that I'm coming. I'm coming. And you know what I mean? And I got questions. And I'm the one that knows about the feline here. I'm the one that knows about the nails underneath the fingernail, right underneath the thing, and underneath the fingernail clippings. I'm the one that's going to question all that shit that they didn't investigate to make you guys investigate. Oh, what, did you guys know that I didn't have a cat? Janet didn't have a cat. She had cat hair on her, and you guys didn't investigate that? Oh, by the way, she had blood underneath both fingernails, and you guys didn't investigate that? So that means in a Rule 30 that you should give me a new trial. And then whatever new evidence he has. He might know shit about Adi. Adi could have said something to somebody. Someone wrote an affidavit. We don't know. We don't know what Eddie's sitting on.
He didn't feel like y'all were smart enough to fact check him.
Right. So I think that on this platform, he wanted to get ahead of it and kind of outsmart Eddie.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. He wanted to outsmart Eddie. So if Eddie comes and talks about the feline hairs, well, hey, there's a cat.
That's what
And maybe
I was trying to get at. He's getting ahead of it.
yeah, he's getting ahead of it, but I don't think it was because he thought we were going to check into it. I think he was putting it out there to the people that there was a cat. And so if Eddie comes out and says, "Hey, do you know that, there was cat hair on Janet? I didn't have a cat." Right? What do you call it? Didn't have a cat, Janet. Where the hell these cat hairs come from? And then now you got to think about something that we don't know. And this is where I'm in limbo and we don't know. So I'm just speculating, ladies and gentlemen. And keep in mind, I've been rocking for 3 hours. So bear with me if I'm coming off choppy. But I'll tell you this. What we do know is that Margot said, the medical examiner said it was a large area of inquiry about the cat hair when he testified. So that means when that dude was on the stand, that medical examiner, and he was going over what was up with Janet, he brought up that cat hair and was kind of like, well, we found cat hair. We don't know how the fuck it got there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's possible it could have came from a killer. It's possible there's all these what ifs, right? So okay, fine. Maybe Janet goes to the park down the street and pets feral cats. Okay, that could be a possibility. It was on her clothes. But why the fuck did Adi in 2025 say he went in the house to get a cat? Does that not corroborate that something's up between the cat, that this mysterious fake cat that he went to go get, and then his cat hair on her? It's kind of like,
crazy.
it's crazy, right? Does that make any sense what I'm saying? So I think he was trying to get ahead of it. I know I took the long way around the block with that answer, but that's what I think. I think that he's trying to put things out there and try to out. I think it's him versus Eddie. I think that he looks at Eddie as the guy that can sink his battleship. And so far, he kind of knows a little bit about the law, right? He knows that they can't let Gina in. You hear what he said? They didn't let Gina in. I kept saying Gina was going to Gina testify. He was like, Gina didn't testify. I know by the law they didn't let it in because it's hearsay. By the law, I didn't do this. And that's how he views it. He views it like the law don't see that I did it. So y'all got to believe I didn't do it. Because the law don't believe I did it. So you guys can't believe I did it. And that's where he's dead wrong because everybody's not thinking that way. Because we believe that the law could get it wrong. So So where I'm at with it is that I think he just needs to answer that question to the DNA underneath the fingernails. I hope that that Eddie can get that DNA ran, and
Does
it's
a
not
lawyer have to request it?
it has to go in front of the judge. The judge got to reopen the case.
The other thing too that I brought up in the beginning of the show is that there's some discrepancy about a juror that has been disclosed too. And that brings up a bias situation.
Yeah, Gina did have a cat. That's true. Gina did have a cat, and she was
Gina
over
did
there.
have a cat. Yeah. And the police fully investigated him like early on, or was he
But there
ruled
was
out quickly?
there was cat hair found on the rails too, though. There was cat hair found on I got it. I have it. There was cat hair found.
The wooden
The wooden
post in the
post.
basement.
Oh wow.
Yep.
All right. Well, that was like my few questions. Thank you for clearing it up.
Well, listen, you continue to be on the mend and check in with us anytime you want. All right, girl?
Yes,
Yeah,
glad
love
you
to.
came up.
Patrick, nice to meet you. Kevy Kev, good to see you. Thank you, J.F.K. And thank you again, everybody in the chat. Love you guys.
Peace and love, girl.
Peace.
Peace. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. What's happening, Captain?
Oh, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are we all doing?
We here. We in the game.
It's an emotional moment earlier. Were we all not in tears? Oh my God.
For what? What's that?
when you were showing the pictures of Janet and singing that song, we were all listening to that song. I literally like had goosebumps and just had a wave of emotion.
Yeah. You should. You should. That's what we do here.
But when you stop and think about that she's that we're talking about a real person, like I think sometimes, even like with the John O'Keefe situation, you just get lost in, who the characters in the show are and the facts and the lies and the drama. And you just forget that this is all, a real person that died because of all this. It's crazy. But I was looking over some stuff the other night, and one thing I keep coming back to is the conflicting stories about Ryan. So one thing says, don't ask me what this is. I'm like super not organized like I want it to be, but one report says shortly before 10, Ryan Downing arrived home. As he entered the front door, he noticed the water running in the bathroom at the end of the hall. Ryan then looked into the dining room and saw his mother lying on the floor. He rushed to her side, knelt down, and touched her shoulder. She did not respond. He immediately ran across the street to the O'Brien's house for assistance. The defendant's father called 911. Where are the rollerblades in that whole statement? Like nothing. Like, so it says he immediately ran. No, it says he entered the front door, noticed water running, looked into the dining room, rushed to her side. Doesn't say anything about he clunked back down the stairs and went across the street. It says he immediately ran across the street. So like, where's the rollerblades? I thought that was so weird. And it's interesting that he's the one that discovered the water running at the end of the hall. So remember we were talking about how nobody really knows how long he was in the house for?
Yeah.
So I thought that was weird. And then Virginia said that when she was in there, Ryan came in and I think she like stopped him and turned him around so that he wouldn't come all the way in the room or something. I'm trying to find that.
Yep.
So how?
Hold on a second. We gotta ask Gina what color her cats were, man. So the substance on the left-hand microscopic examination of the item revealed a blood-stained brown and white feline hairs. But it was on her hand, dude. Real blood stains, brown and white feline hairs. Huh. Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
And then that guy like Marco and what were those other guys' names?
Gavi.
Seth, Marco, and John Fitzpatrick. They were all Ryan's friends. And they're the ones that ultimately is saying that they saw him walking down the street and all of that. Which I thought that was weird too. Because then it still ties Ryan into the mix, right?
Yeah, that does sound weird.
Right. So it says,
Did somebody say, I thought I heard this, someone said that Paul had mutual friends go over to Janet's house to speak to her about his sexuality?
I didn't see it about sexuality. But that's just, me.
Maybe it was Mr. O'Brien that said that.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten.
Bro, what does he mean, though? Why would he lie about that?
Well, I think he's really good at selling himself out. Like the issue with the key, like he like re-brings up the key.
That was it. And what I seen to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
So 4 hours later, buddy. So you got there at 10. So that means you went in there at 2 o'clock in the morning. So you sat around that house till 2 o'clock in the morning to go in there to get a cat that doesn't exist. But then you said no. You lied and went to go get the dog food, but didn't go to the hospital where Janet was. At that point, you said you only stuck around there when, and that's another thing he said. He said that He didn't care what was going on. All he cared about his family. At that point, your family's not even there. Ryan left, Paul left, right? Janet's at the hospital, your wife's at the hospital, your family's at the fucking hospital, bro. They all left. You need to go where your family's at. All you can't, you went there for your family, but now everybody's gone. Why are you hanging around?
Right.
You don't even live there. Why are you hanging around?
And the other question too, and how did he get back and forth?
What is he, Kev?
You're right. I mean, he's just hanging. He's hanging around, scoping the whole scene out.
Right, and if he had to go bring this cat and litter box, how is he getting back and forth? Like on foot?
There was no cat. He already admitted there's no cat. That's what I'm saying. There was no cat.
Put a
There was
leash
no
on the
cat. He
cat.
admitted there was no cat. He said to us, "I straight lied to you. There's no cat." Look at what he said.
Of course, he said
Kev,
that.
Kev, go ahead, break it
But
down. What did he say?
He worked the cat into the story to see what you would do with it, but I still believe that the cat.
Why? Why did he work it in the story to see what we would do with it? What do you mean?
Well,
Because
what he
honestly,
said.
I think number one, I think there's so many lies he doesn't even remember what he lied about. I think that's part of it.
What he ended up saying though to us in a text form here is, I said the cats because I wanted to see how you guys would run with it, and I see how you really are.
Look, this was the go ahead.
He really
Yep,
doesn't
go ahead.
though. He's really not as smart as he's trying to act like he is. He's really dumb as.
I went in for the dog food. That's it. Yeah, I know you're gonna say I'm lying, but whatever. And then he retracted a message. This is what he really said. Laugh out loud. Never. Ha ha. Cats. Ha ha. Never was cats. There. Got you, sucker. All fucked up in your face. It was dog food.
Yeah, it was. I was.
So wait a minute. So that makes it even better though. So wait a minute. So you never mentioned to us there was a dog. Right? And so now you waited. So you still went in the house. So you're still standing on that. You went in the house 4 hours later. And so you hung around there 4 hours later. Janet's gone. You said when we asked you, did you see Virginia? We asked you see Big Ed? When we asked you, did you see Barry? We asked you, did you see Paul? We asked you all these questions and you said no. I wasn't paying attention to nobody. All I cared about was my family. That's what he said, right?
Yep.
That's right.
And now his family's all gone. They all left. Janet left in the ambulance. Big Paul came through and scooped up his kids, right? Or the uncle came through, took one over here, and this one took this one over here. It's a wrap.
Right.
But you're still there, and your wife is at Mass General. What are you doing there? At 2 in the morning.
You know, we get clarification that he goes upstairs. He goes over to Gina's house, ends up going up on the 3rd floor. You know, he's up there. He asked to use the phone, and we got verification that whoever he called, no one ever answered. And he tells us, "Oh, I called them. I called the hospital to talk to my wife."
Right.
And like I have a hard time getting by the fact that nobody answered. If he was calling the hospital, of course the hospital's going to answer.
Right.
You know.
Becky G coming through with the $5 said, "Adi isn't that bright. There was nothing connecting him to that cat before he started running his mouth about a kitten." Exactly. And I think that's what he thought. He thought that was connecting him. Thank you, Becky, for making it easy on my life, for saying it in a simple way. Thank you, Law Tubers, for the gifted 1 JFK membership. Thank you. And remember, everybody be a Law Tuber. Everybody be a Law Tuber because it's all green every day.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, Mass. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history, homie. We all reppin' for Boston, Mass. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history, homie.
Thank you so much.
He was hoping that he would listen to Big Ed, to say,
So,
you know, if you're going to get involved, involved with someone your own age.
Virginia, that's the neighbor, right? The one that lived on the other side of the house.
Yes.
Virginia
So she
Reckley,
says that, Virginia Reckley. So her statement, at 9 p.m., I saw Ed O'Brien Sr. run by my window, blah, blah. Ryan Downing came into the foyer wearing rollerblades. and I grabbed him and turned him around. I then took him out onto the steps to remove his rollerblades. At that time, the first police officer arrived. He parked his cruiser with the rear extending onto Hamlet Street.
Yep. The
So-
rear extended onto Hamlet Street. Then she said he walked up. He was no urgency. She
Yeah,
said,
but
"Get
where's
in
the
there."
part about he is the one that discovered her and like found her and like the water was running? This
Hold on a
sounds
minute.
like
We got hold on.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on. We all reppin' for Boston, man. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history on.
Go ahead. So what were you saying? I'm sorry, sweetie. What were you saying now? Exactly. Where was the part where they say that Ryan bent down and found them?
so.
Keep in mind that statement. Keep in mind that statement was made in November of 1999, so it could have evolved a little bit.
Because that's what I was gonna say. Like, it sounds like he came in after the fact. So is he the one that discovered Janet first? Is that the like what the
That's
final
the story. The story is Ryan found the first, but the thing is, she says she turned Ryan around.
Right. That's what I'm
So
saying.
Well, I guess at that point, maybe at that point, Ryan already went in there and got everybody because she said she seen them run by, and then after they ran in there, then Ryan tried to go back in, and they were like, "Get him out of here."
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's what it was.
But where's the part where he went down and touched her shoulder and heard the water running and all of that?
I don't know.
That's what I mean. It's weird.
So what
it's
do you
like
mean? So that the first
it doesn't mention rollerblades. It says that he goes in there, heard the
Well, then keep in mind, Adi said Paul was the one with the rollerblades.
Shortly before 10, Ryan arrived at who said, what did you just say?
Paul, Ryan said it was Paul with the rollerblades.
I mean, that would make more sense at this point because it says Ryan arrived home shortly before 10. As he entered the front door, he noticed the water running in the bathroom.
Well, that's a good pickup because then if the story all along been Ryan with the rollerblades, but the whole time it was Paul because they are twins, right? So
they're not identical.
But they're not identical. But the point is, but then that says a whole lot, though. But then why didn't they ever clear that up? Why wouldn't they want to clear that up?
No, that's what's weird to me. It's like he knelt down beside her, touched her shoulder. She did not respond. He immediately ran across the street to the O'Brien's house for assistance. Doesn't say anything about freaking rollerblades.
Right.
So,
and he did say it was Paul. So we're gonna have to ask Jeannie.
Virginia
then.
said she took the rollerblades off Ryan. That's Virginia's statement in '99. But did she forget? Maybe it was Paul's rollerblades she took off.
Yeah, was it Paul trying to come in the house and not?
Yeah. So did Virginia like screw up?
Yeah. You know what? These are great points. Thank you, Free Kelsey. I appreciate that. This is real great points. I like that, and that's what we need. We need people like you because that's now I'm gonna have to ask Jeannie that. Did Paul have rollerblades on that night, and did they mix them up somehow? And that's the thing. And they just let it slide. They let the story be the story, and that's not good because, like you said, if then it's like then that's crazy.
Because most of
you gotta
Paul's
make
night was accounted for because he
Do you
went
understand what she said? Do you understand what Free Kelsey just hit us with a
Yeah.
bomb, dude?
No, I do. I understand what she
Because
said.
most of
Honest to
Paul's
death,
night
or
is
did you really hear
accounted
it?
for.
Yeah,
Like
I heard
Paul
it.
went to the
Did you?
beach
All
and
right.
all of that. Ryan, we don't really know how long he was in the house for and all that.
Brilliant's
So,
coming in. Brilliant's coming in from the dirt. So you know if Brilliant's jumping in. Brilliant, go ahead, man. Coming in.
I
We
come
got
in
a service announcement. He's gonna break it all the way down.
All right, so Ed clarified that Ryan had the rollerblades on when he went to get Ed.
Okay. When he came across the street after he discovered her.
Right.
Okay.
The first two times Ryan testified, he never said he touched her or turned her over or whatever. When he went to the grand jury is when he changed the story and said he touched her.
Interesting.
Well, there you have it from the horse's mouth. But still, like what Free Kelsey's saying, it's still not accurate. Like these cops are just sloppy. They still didn't get the story right.
Definitely not. But I've been telling you this for like a few days now.
Oh yeah,
No,
you've been on it.
Who's Mary Rivera?
Mary is her best friend that lived behind her, I believe.
And she had similar talks with her as she did Gina, or did some of the stuff Gina say technically come from Mary?
No, it came from Janet.
Came from Janet. So both
No,
of them.
I know. But some of the stuff that Janet told Mary is almost verbatim that what Gina
said, yeah, like an echo chamber, but that's because it was true. Because keep in mind, we just went over that. Tell him, Brilliant. This dude corroborated the story about the cat shit.
Yeah, he definitely corroborated it.
He said he was there when that happened. That really happened. He said that really happened. So if that really happened, then everything else they're saying must have happened too.
Exactly.
So you read this statement, J.F.K. Did you read this online about the Mary statement?
What? So Mary, what was it? What, her mother when they was at the funeral home?
No.
Was it that one?
No, it was her statement to the police.
Well, it's written, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Read it out. Go ahead.
So on Monday, January 24th at approximately 10:20, 1995.
Hold on a minute before we go any further. Everybody put your peace signs up for Free Kelsey, man. She's here working too. She is working too. Peace signs up for Free Kelsey. Peace signs up. Go ahead. Go ahead, girl.
Mary stated that Janet had nervous breakdown 7-8 years ago. Lately, she'd been acting nervous or jittery. Janet sat down and cried, "If anything happens to me, have it investigated." She was driving down Summer Street. She talks about she was surrounded by 5 taxi cabs. Gina said 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
This says 5. On another occasion, she purchased antifreeze and windshield washer fluid. Bottle was empty. The car was still locked. We know that's that one, right? Erin's closet. There were clothes hanging. They didn't belong to Erin. It was unexplained how they got there or who put them there. Did you read that?
Yeah, that's bugged out.
Okay.
I read
Then
this. Yep.
Janet called Mary because her car broke down. "I want to talk to you about this." "I tell you." She left on a voicemail. And then told her about how she was losing her job.
Oh, Free Kelsey's hitting turbulence.
What?
Oh, you're hitting turbulence.
And?
Yeah, that's all right. We'll wait for it to. Hopefully, it's like a couple of minutes and we'll smooth it out. You're a little paused up.
Yo, Jay.
What's up, brother?
All right, I'm gonna hop off right now.
My man.
Just because I know you guys are reading documents and stuff up here, and my mother's bothering me to go find Mark's underwear right now. So.
All right.
All right.
All right, brother. We'll
Don't
talk soon.
put them
all right?
on.
No, man. No, I can get money for that. Major money.
Yeah.
Don't be running around the house like Mackie.
All right. Whatever you do, don't smell them, buddy.
No, I know. He wouldn't give me his abs though. Fucking.
Well, listen, man. Make a change. We'll talk soon. All right, brother.
Okay. Cool.
Peace, bro. Nice. We'll wait for Kelsey to jump back up here real quick.
Now, right now where she's talking about Paul, the boys. I'd like to go over that one document that I've been reading off of when she's done. Maybe it'll add a little something to what she's doing.
Well, she said that Janet had a nervous breakdown 6 or 7 months before that. I heard it was a week before that.
Well, she was under a lot of pressure. She was,
with the work.
You got to think of her situation. I mean, she's got 3 kids at home, a house, a mortgage. She's a landlord, taxes, and her job was in jeopardy. She was losing her position at work.
I don't know what happened.
And
that's all right.
It brought a lot of stress into that household. And, I mean, she was trying to apply for different positions, but it just seemed like she kept getting shut down. She was real nervous about losing her job. So, and Gina, she was part of the union. She was with her company, she was very, she was involved with the union. So she knew how to write, a grievance against, the HR department. So, she was really, she was trying to help her and she was listening to her on that. So, there was a lot of things going on in Janet's life at that point, in that space of time. She
And
was
being
under,
scared of Artie on
the
top of
gun,
it.
man.
And being scared of Artie on top of it.
The
Go
only
ahead,
thing
Kelsey.
and then the very last thing that Mary said that I don't remember Gina mentioning was that a man that Janet works with had asked her out on a date and she turned him down.
Yep.
Did you see
I heard that too.
So
Yep.
was there any jealousy issues between Paul Sr. and Janet? Like that
I think he
would know
remarried. I think he remarried.
at that time he was already remarried?
Yeah, he
Yeah, well,
remarried. Yep.
if you read the bottom of that letter that I sent to Kev, that might tell a different story.
Yeah.
I've read so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Artie is on his third wife. He's married
He's
to
on his third wife. Yeah, that's what I read.
Yes, Sakisha.
Abos said it's his second wife.
He's married
said
to his third wife.
Abos or Abros 111, whatever Artie's using right now. He said he's on his second wife.
No, Carol was his first, then Anne Marie was the second, and that's the mother of his kids, the son that died.
Yeah, so
Her name is
Abros,
Anne Marie.
Freebird, I see it from both sides. Challenging questions shouldn't make me the bad guy. It's probably one of his friends.
Word on the streets, him and his brother have a kid with the same girl.
You know who she is? Anne Marie, you know who
Artie?
she is?
Artie and his brother has a kid with the same girl.
So he's an uncle daddy?
Yep.
Do you know who she is? She's passed
No.
away, but she's Howie Long's sister.
Who?
Howie Long,
Who's Howie Long?
A football player?
football player, the announcer guy.
Oh, okay.
He used to be a really good football player back in the day. I'm
Damn,
pretty
man.
sure a lineman, right?
Patricia said
Howie
Artie's
Long was a
guilty.
defensive lineman.
You said he was a football
Howie,
player?
right. I thought you were talking
Yeah.
about Artie. Yes, Howie. Right. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
his sister. So that's Artie's ex-brother-in-law.
Oh, wow. Shooting informants, not drugs. Artie banged his brother's kid's mother and had a kid with his son's aunt, Uncle Daddy. Oh, shit.
She died in
God
2016.
damn, shoot. God damn, shoot.
Shit.
So
I can't even see the chat, so if he said that before me, I don't know.
Fuck
wait,
Uncle
Artie
Daddy.
has the kid was two people. Wait, say that again.
All right, so let's go around the room. All right. Where you at, Kelsey? Where you at with this? I mean, you had a crazy take that he left the cab there. It was a good take, and all your takes are good. That he left the cab there on purpose, so it wouldn't look like, he moved the cab and
No, he lost
had
the
any.
key on purpose. He really had the key. I think he had the key.
So
I think the key story was bullshit.
Yeah, but
That was
if the
just a way
cop
to
gave
keep
him,
the
but if
cab
the cop
secure.
gave him the key back, then it wasn't bullshit. Because right here, the cop said he gave it back to him. You seen that document? You want to read it for us real quick? I'll pull it up for you. We're about to have you on
Was
the
it
show to
already
read all the
towed? Well, here's
documents.
the deal. Was the car already towed?
No, right here.
I don't believe the car was towed till the
No,
next
I
day.
remember seeing that. But my thing is, he could have threw it in the backyard, like with intentions to go finding it. And they
So
found
where you
it
at?
instead.
Do you think that Adi Ortiz killed Janet Downing?
I'm pretty. If he didn't do it, then he's involved. Like that, he's a co-conspirator. There's something.
Yes or
going
no?
on.
Did Adi Ortiz kill Janet Downing?
I mean, he looks pretty guilty. So I'd have to. If I had to say today, right now, yes, I would say yes. I would say yes.
God damn, girl, you know it's true. Shooting informants, not drugs. Where we at? You know you were dancing to this shit up in Norfolk. Come on. Late night. With a battery connected to a wire to get reception on that Iowa super bass. Do they have fluff up there?
Oh, my Taylor Nate.
Let's go.
I'm in love with you, girl, 'cause you're on my mind. You're the one I think about most every time. And when you crack a smile and everything
shit, you go busy.
don't you understand, girl, this love is you're
Yeah, I gotta jump out and get back in because I can't hear nothing.
All right, brother.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. This one's explosive.
Chelsea, we need your help with this one. Jason Brilliant, we need your help with this. You need to come on screen.
No, shh, no, shh. I said it.
God damn.
Down from day one. Welcome to Death Row.
Shooting, drugs, coming in with the bombs. Now, what did I say, though? What did I say? And I don't know this for a fact, but what did I say? What did I say,
What did
Kevin
you say?
Kev,
You say a
my
lot.
co-host? I said that we don't know what Eddie up in Norfolk has on Adi. We don't know what he has in his holster, things that we don't know. And I don't know if that's it. Be clear, I don't know. But the point is, he just said that he got ran out of Charlestown for raping some chick. Now, if that's some factual shit, well, it probably is factual. But if there's some like person to say that, then you got to go down the roads of who this person is, the makeup of who this guy is, right? And maybe, you know, this is the reason why he's trying to get ahead of it. Maybe Adi already got word that Eddie knows things about him, and and he's in the scope. You got to understand, man.
Yep.
It's a dark world, man, out there.
Yep.
If you get what I'm saying, someone
Absolutely
reached out and touched him. Hey, Adi, what's up, buddy? We heard that you raped a girl back in '85 in Charlestown, and we're gonna fucking blow it up, buddy. So maybe, like I said, there's a time and place and placement for everything, but in the law, you have to do it the right way. And, unfortunately for Eddie, he got found guilty. So he has to go through this, there's no easy way out. That's why I play that song. This is not going to be easy. But if a judge says, hey, I believe what we're all feeling right now, if a judge feels the same way and says, run that DNA and looks at the mental makeup of this guy, Adi, and how it's, the way it's written up, then we're going to, in the next 5 years, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in for a treat. I'll tell you that. Because if that DNA, because we know the DNA ain't Eddie's, the question is, whose is it?
Did
And
you
you're
see
saying
the
it's
interview that Cheryl Van Daka did with Eddie? Did you? I'm trying to download it, but I haven't been able to get to it.
about her. I kind of was in communication with her.
Who?
She.
Who is that?
The the reporter from back in the day that I told you that was covering the case, Cheryl Fiandaca.
Yeah, what was it on Channel 4 or something?
Yeah, CBS, I believe.
Yeah, but I seen someone sent me a link and it was down. How do I get that?
I know. I've been trying to find a back doorway to it.
Well, how would you get it?
I think didn't you have it?
What, the interview of him talking when he's in the gray suit?
Yeah, she had a sit down with him. He's in his jail clothes and
Oh, I
everything.
didn't.
Yeah, he's in a jail. Yeah. I see. You seen it, Kelsey?
I can't get to it. It talks about when it is tonight at 11 on Channel 4 or whatever. And the link
Someone
that I
sent
found
me.
was,
Someone sent me a link and the link is gone.
yeah, so I was
It
trying
said
to
this shit
find
don't
how to get
exist.
I'll have to see if I
It
have it.
exists.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I want everybody to take a good look at this. All right, this is what happens when you work all day and you're a father of two. You ready?
God damn, Kevin Kev.
Leave Kevin alone.
He looks so tired, dude. The poor guy. He looks tired. He just looks tired. His eyes are closed.
It's not, man. It's bright. It's bright. I'm sitting right in front of the computer. Here we go. You can see my eyes now.
Yeah, now that we woke you up.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
Everyone, I don't
And
have my glasses on.
listen. Yo, keep in mind, Kevin don't sleep a lot. Kevin's my guy. Me and Kevin
Hold on,
don't sleep a lot.
this is what-
He is brilliant.
Right.
So I know, and Kevin smokes that shit.
Yeah, but you know what it is.
Kevin
too?
Kevin be rolling them up, and that
Nah,
shit
you know what
hits
it is my resolution.
My resolution.
Hold on, man.
My
My resolution's
resolution.
now, man.
Your what?
I
We're
gotta cut
working
that
too.
shit back. How's that?
I mean, my man had to run across 3 lanes.
You're rocking with the best.
Who is it?
What's up, guys? Kevin from
the
South Boston.
resolution. It seems like it takes away the choppiness and shit when it's breaking up and shit on my end.
Comment on the resolution.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
God damn, Kevin Kev.
Resolution.
Oh,
That's too much.
You know, I
So-
want to read something though while you're up here, free Kelsey. Is there was a statement, there was an
That's
interview
the
with
resolution.
Oh no, J.F.K.
With,
yesterday when Kevin Kev said, "Did you hear?"
I can't focus if he's laughing.
Oh shit! That
Yo,
shit was
that laugh kills me.
Yo, he said, "Did you hear that
I'm
dog?"
saying, he's not laughing. I can't focus.
Tell him, Kevin Kev. Tell him.
God damn, you crying? Yo, this dude is crying over here. God damn, JFK.
JFK's crying, Kevin Kev's sleeping. God damn.
Yo, he said, "Did you hear the dog bark?"
God damn. Remember I had Bandit? Bandit was up. You interviewed him.
Oh shit, Kevin Kev.
Oh boy.
Kevin Kev, man, I'll tell you, when Kevin Kev gets locked onto something, man, he'll be like, JFK, let me tell you, man. It was feline ears, JFK. Let me tell you, man. Did the dog bark, JFK?
Right?
Oh man.
My man, Kevin Kev, 781.
Lucky,
How much
man.
sleep did you
You guys
get?
are like all over the eyes.
It's lucky I wasn't investigating this shit back in the day.
Oh man, Kevin Kev don't fuck around, bro. Kevin Kev be reading reports all day long.
What do you
So what were you gonna say?
No, I just, Michelle Cameron, she was with Jeannie and Paul when they went to Revere Beach. And when they came back to drop off her car, her mother and brother took a ride back because they had to drop off her friend Raquel.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought Paul to the hospital to go back up and see his mom. And the brother.
Hold on. I'm so
Michelle-
sorry, Kev. Yo, Kev, I'm so
Gotcha.
sorry, but yo, Jay, our girl that came up here dancing, she said Kev came through the screen about that damn dog. Yo, when you said that,
Yo, I'm telling you, man, this motherfucker, he's trying to play games with us, man.
Are we all in on the same joke?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, man. It's about that time. Nah, it was mad funny though when he said that. I'm gonna clip that, man. I definitely gotta clip that.
Yep.
So
the
anyway,
brother, so listen, the brother, Joseph Cameron, he was in the car, and it says, Joseph Cameron then said he and Paul's stepmother took him to the hospital. And while driving there, he didn't say anything. But then he said, Ma, I'm so sorry for fighting with you. I don't think I locked the door. So when he arrived to the hospital, that's what he told his mother while she was, while he's in the room. Ma, I'm so sorry for fighting with you. I don't think I locked the door. So with that, when he says, I don't think I locked the door, to me, that means they fought earlier that day.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know what they would have been fighting over, or, he's the only one that came back to get his backpack and then go back, to go back out with his friends. He was in the house for 15, 20 minutes. I mean, there's a window of opportunity there for something to happen.
Right.
So I mean, that seems to bother me a little bit.
I know.
He also was seen by.
Go ahead.
He also was seen by a friend. It's right here. It says after Paul came back from the hospital, he came to my house, and while outside, he said, Ma, I wish you would come back so I could hold you in my arms. And he was saying it to some random woman that was out front of their house.
Who was saying
which is
that?
just so when they came back, I'll read the whole thing in entirety.
Okay.
At about 8:30 p.m., we left and drove to Revere Beach. Jeannie and Paul were in the back seat, and I didn't hear what they were talking about. We arrived at the beach around 9 or 9:30. We ate McDonald's and then went in the water. I met a friend of mine by the name of John. I don't know his last name. We all talked and left about 10:45. I called my mother on my cell phone. We left Revere Beach and arrived at Jeannie's house at 11:15 p.m. according to the clock in my car. There were police and other people there. Paul got out of the car and a woman said, "Go to your father." I saw Ed's father and asked him what happened. He said, "You don't want to know," but he also told me. I left and drove to my house and then drove Raquel home with my mother and my brother. After Paul came back from the hospital, he came to my house, and while outside, he said, "Ma, I wish you would come back to me so I could hold you in my arms." He was saying that to some random woman. So, I mean, it just don't make sense. I mean, maybe he's grieving and he feels bad that he argued with his mom or something, but something happened between them that day.
Right.
And I keep going back to that. I mean, that's with the girl Michelle Cameron. And she was Jeannie's friend, which is, Eddie Jr.'s sister.
So, if do you think 20 minutes would you be able to do all that and clean up in that time that Paul was in the house?
20 minutes, maybe.
I mean, they're saying
Maybe not 10
they're
minutes,
saying
maybe 20.
allegedly Eddie did this within 10 minutes.
Which I think is impossible.
So I mean, and the other thing too was he left with the backpack. And the backpack, the consistency of the backpack was a change of clothes, sneakers, and a knife.
And
a
Artie
knife.
said that Paul went down the stairs on the rollerblades, so that could have been the fight right there. And then Paul called Artie to come help him.
And then, like, the stuff about Eddie, Paul Downey and Jeannie O'Brien returned to the neighborhood. Paul stopped by the house, quick bite to eat. Janet was sleeping on the couch. Paul went back to the O'Briens to get Jeannie. The defendant, Eddie, was sitting on the front porch. He was wearing dark shorts and a white T-shirt. And then somebody else said he had a white T-shirt. And then the only person that said he had a dark shirt on was the guy that was that lived up the street. But I think I think there's a lot of bullshit to that whole thing. The part about going up the street, that's when.
In one of the reports about the guy up the street, there was two people in that house, his mother and this guy. The mother said she didn't hear a thing, and the son, who was 56 at the time,
Anthony,
he said that he heard something. Yeah, he said he heard something in the alleyway between his house. But you got two people that were in that house, probably with the windows wide open, being so hot as it was. The mother didn't hear nothing.
But I would love to do, Jay, here's a experiment for you to do. The only thing that sucks is it's the wrong time of year because it gets dark so early now. But
what, Jay? J.F.K. or Jay?
No, you, Jay Brill.
Let me know.
Jay Brill. The part about when they was walking down the street, he believed it was a defend 20 feet away. I'm trying to find where it says he was 20 feet away and you could see him. It was weird.
Who, Marco Abreu?
Yeah, it was.
I already tried him. He ain't hearing me.
No, but recreating just so that make a visual on what that would be like to identify somebody at that distance, at that time of day, in that kind of light. Because then it said he was standing directly under a street light. You know that part? His eyes were bulging and he was laughing.
I went to Somerville. What was it? What day was it? 3 days ago? Sunday? And I don't think you can see a shape and a figure, but you're not seeing a face.
Facial expressions, right?
You're definitely not seeing a facial expression.
That's what I figured.
Because the pictures I sent you, the bright ones, JFK, those are night vision. I have night vision on my phone, so I took night vision and regular.
And these three kids Seth, Marco, and John, they were going to see Ryan. So they're buddies. So this is kind of like a McAlbert situation. I mean, how many times they corroborate their story before all of these statements came out? So I think this is to me as good as Jill Daniels and Jen McCabe and Nicole Albert. That's what their statements mean. You know? Because it says that that's where they were going, was to stop by to see if Ryan was home. Seth knocked on a window and Marco called out Ryan's name.
Let me ask you this. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Let me ask you this. If they were all swimming together at that kid's house, how is Marco and the other two not with Ryan? Weren't they all together?
No, this was, I guess, later in the night. It says
But they all went swimming together. So when did Ryan leave if Ryan wasn't with them when they went back to Ryan's house to see if Ryan was home?
Let's see. She returned from grocery shopping at 6. Blah, 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 blah. Have to bring in the groceries. Ryan, Joey, and Chris returned to the Downing house, and the defendant again came over. They're hanging in the kitchen making plans for the night. The boys continued to talk. Ryan, Joey, and Chris left the house to go swimming at another friend's house. So Ryan, Joey, and Chris. The defendant declined the invitation. He was going to see their buddy Garvey Salomon. At 8 p.m., all right, around 9:20, Seth, Marco, and John. So that's different kids then.
All right.
So Ryan, yeah, these are a different set of kids. It says around 9:20, Seth, Marco, and John were walking to the Downing house to see if Ryan was home. As they approached, they noticed the lights were on in Ryan's third floor bedroom. The front door was open. The screen door was closed. Seth knocked on a window and Marco called out Ryan's name. John stepped just inside the front entrance, but quickly stepped out when Seth jokingly tried to close the door on him. Marco then heard a loud sound coming from the back of the house, as if something was falling into tree branches. The boys darted around the back of the house. Seth went up onto the porch and knocked on the door. Marco and John looked under the porch. The cellar door under the porch was open. They heard rustling and breaking branches. Marco became scared. John walked to the top of Hamlet Street, which bordered the back of the Downing property. From there, he saw a person crouched in the bushes. He believed that it was the defendant. The person jumped out of the bushes onto Hamlet Street, began walking away, and John called out, "Nice hiding spot, Ed," and the person didn't respond. Marco then stepped onto Hamlet Street and saw the same person about 20 feet away walking down Hamlet Street with his hands clenched down by his side. This person looked over his right shoulder and Marco saw that it was the defendant. This is what I'm saying though, 20 feet away, like at 9:20 at night. And the defendant, so Marco saw the defendant and the defendant smiled at Marco but said nothing. And Marco called out Eddie. The defendant then fully turned around. He was now standing directly under a street light. His eyes were bulging as wide as they could possibly open, and he was laughing. Marco had never seen such an expression on his face before. He called for the defendant to come back, but the defendant never responded, turned around, and continued walking down Hamlet Street towards Highland Ave. And that's when Marco noticed he was wearing dark shorts and a dark T-shirt. But see that, like, this could have been talked about 100 times. Like,
Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Ain't no love in the heart of town. Ain't no love and it's sure not for pity. Ain't no love 'cause you ain't around.
the stand outside, please.
Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Ain't no love in the heart of town. Ain't no love and it's sure not for pity. Ain't no love 'cause you ain't around.
I go by the name of J.F.K, y'all. Kev, you awake?
Kev over here.
And with that being said, we've been rocking out for 4 hours on the dot. We got Free Kelsey up in here. And who else do we got in here with me tonight?
Jason Berlon.
And we're going to have a great show tomorrow night. We have a guest, right, Jay Brilliant?
Yes, sir.
We have another guest. So lock in with us tomorrow around 8 p.m., 8:30 tomorrow. We will be back to talk this shit all over again. We appreciate your time. We appreciate the love. We appreciate all the memberships.
Yo, but before you go, let me ask you a question, because I don't know if we ever asked this question yet.
Go ahead.
What was Adi wearing that night?
I did ask that question. We asked
I'm
the girl,
pretty
right?
sure
She
he
said
said
she had
shorts.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, she had shorts on, cargo shorts, and some weird. She said some weird New Balance.
For sure.
Yeah, some grandpa shoes.
She said a white shirt.
No, Artie had a white shirt on?
That's what she said, Danny. Yeah. I think that's what she said. We're gonna have to
I'll
go
have to
back and
find out.
rewind the tape. Why you ask?
Because if people say that the person had a dark shirt on, I don't recall ever hearing what type of shirt he had on, but I know he had shorts on. So if Artie had a dark shirt on and Eddie had a white shirt on, then
be
we know who
mistaken.
those boys saw.
You're right about that.
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
What's one thing life taught you? If you take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up.
Peace and love, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow night. I appreciate everybody. We'll see you guys. Thank you, Free Kelsey, for hanging in there with us. Come back
right,
anytime. You
anytime.
know you're always welcome. And we'll see you guys. Peace and love, y'all.
Let's go. Let's go, people.
I just want to give a shout out to my mods. What the Duck, Natalie, Making Changes. Don't forget about Norman Corey. I appreciate you guys. You guys are the greatest. Best believe that. Peace.
I just wanna chill and twist the lie. Catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, baby. Girl, hey, it's easy to love me now. Hey, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and to a quarter century, could I count on you to be there to support me mentally? If I went back to a hoopty from a Benz, would you poof and disappear like some of my friends? If I was hit and I was hurt, would you be by my side? If it was time to put in work, would you be down to ride? I get out and feel a brother cat chillin' dry. I'm asking questions to find out how you feel. If I ain't rap, cause I feel burning everything.
What if we were bleeding green and you ain't got our history on you? We all rep up for Boston, Mass. All green, everything. What if we were bleeding green and you ain't got our history on you?
You'd be ashamed to tell your friends you're feeling me. In the bed, if I use my tongue, would you like that? If I wrote you a love letter, would you write back? Now we could have a little drink, you know, a nightcap, and we could go do what you like. I know you like that. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Woo, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Now would you leave me if your father found out I was thugging? Do you believe me?
Yeah. Yo. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless. His friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Jana's fingernail unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie, 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Jane and life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer.
July 1995.
Do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream. Long gamers. Peace and love. La la la. Let's take them back.